Saturday is okay. Saturday night and Sunday morning, however, combined together into a new weekend day would be fantastic. Because Saturday morning is always like, oh, what's going on? Oh, it's the weekend. Sunday night is always, God damn it, weekend's dead. But Saturday night is where there's like absolute reckless abandon because an eternity of leisure lies at your fingertips. And Sunday morning is like, remember? Oh, remember, we did everything we needed to yesterday. This morning, whatever. So you take Saturday night and Sunday morning, combine them together into a sort of like third limbo weekday. Weekend day. And I think you have like a perfect version of a day of the week. Hello. Hello, Lawrence Retiro. Hello, Picky Peeves. Meant to stream a week ago, and basically, last like week and a half, I was what one could call, hello, Ben Walters, I was what one could call conventionally unproductive. I was productive, but not in ways that benefit the consumers of media, or I guess, or in ways that benefit like my own betterment of self. However, I had a decent time. I got a lot of it's a piece of basing material I just found. Some of that dried basing round. I got a bunch of print and play stuff done. Adam Edgermont, thank you kindly for asking what happens when a T-pose and dabbing combines. You're gonna find out. But I had a decent week, just one of like making myself feel good. I was playing this game called Imperium Classics. Really like that game. I want to play that on stream sometime when I have a little bit more room. But main reason I wanted to stream today is I have a very hairy man to paint, and this showed up in the mail. This showed up in front of my door. I don't know if it was the postal service today. It was like one of those services that's not the postal service and that isn't a known delivery express place. I don't really know what SF Express is. All right, I don't. But Eris showed up, and that was nice because according to the the special effects tracking, she was in Canada since the 7th and was just chilling. And I asked some people, because I haven't used Planet Steel Express a whole lot, and they said, like, or Canadians specifically said, yeah, that's normal. Hang on, I missed something here. Pizza Demon. That is Eris. Woo-ha! John Thomas Jones. Anita Pepperjack Barton. Thank you for the minis and good vibes. Chicken Soup, it is a stream. T-pose and dab, wouldn't that be a tab? It would. I think people confirmed to me that there is chat replay in the YouTube archive, so I don't, like, literally need to read everything out loud anymore. I was worried about that, because y'all have good chat. Lorenz Retiro, you got Revenge of the Fallen Dead End. Little Red Car, right? There was a period where we didn't know what his name was. Was he the Little Red Car, or was he the motorbike? I can't remember. But those scouts were great, if that's one of the scouts. You know what? That might not have been one of the scouts. I can't remember who Dead End is. The Revenge of the Fallen Scouts I remember as toy body types, more so than names and identities. Which is a little bit dehumanizing now that I'm saying it out loud. But they're very good. Oh, the deluxe one. Okay. Never mind me. Wait, was that the... Okay, I'm gonna get something else wrong. Was Deluxe ROTF Dead End the sideways repaint with the new head? Because I also liked that one. Ben Walters, grats, you found you some Rhinox and Army Drone. Oh, there were... Okay, Wheeljack, there were 2 Dead Ends. That probably isn't helping my memory. Take it easy, woo-ha! John Thomas Jones, I heard from Tom Chu's Twitter that DX Dynazenon is really cool and a million times better than the Good Smile Gridman, which I heard was a disaster. So that's a good get. Pizza Demon, there is story behind Eris. Lady Eris is a bot with an outlier ability that the mad scientist Cyaxis experimented on. He took her ability to mimic any combatant and enhanced it. Lady Eris' outlier ability can now transmogrify her exoskeleton along with giving her the same skill set of any combatant. She is a fan, since she is a fan of the strong gladiators in the battle pits, she's often seen mimicking a pit champion's skills and body types while conducting secret assassination missions for Cyaxis as his top agent. So she's currently disguised as, I believe in the MMC fiction, Senator Kultur. But the idea, I think, is that like if they want to do more of her, they'll just do some more like whose form has she taken on this week? She's like a all-in-one monster of the week. Is the fiction that they have for her. Oh, Techno, you haven't gotten yours yet. I wonder if they like arrived in Ottawa and are just moving outward from there. Like maybe they'll get to your location next week. Cyaxis, I think, is their name for G-Axis, if I recall correctly. The thing about Eris that I really like is that if you take away, like, the faceplate, right, and ignore, like, there's body details and stuff, but the inherent core of this figure is just a cool lady robot what turns into a tank, which is, you know, as close to an original character as transforming robot third party tends to get. Like, I like stuff like this where it's like we call it third party, but it's like this isn't a Transformers character. She's dressed up like one, I guess. The thing I've been hype about is that her transformation looks sick, and she's got the Pex's hands. So if there's a comic book, then I guess we'll get some lore. There's a cannon. I have a suspicion that she sold out really fast because they probably didn't make many of her, as they in that field. It's really, I think it's become demonstrably risky to do anything that's like not a slot filler, which irritates me to no end. But in 2021, I'm like, no, I also kind of get it if they only made like a little bit of her, because there's a chance that like no one would have bit. Comic spoilers. Oh no, there is no. No, this is even better. This is the friggin' concept art design stuff. Oh, I love this. I wish Masterpiece Toys came with more of that. Oh, okay, Makotron design stuff. Packaging artwork by Chogo King. Photographs by Mr. Magic, the camera wizard, Ian Reed. Manual instructions by Byron and video manual by Pike Frolic. Where's the video manual? I don't see a video manual. Oh no, Hard Return. Hard Return is Ian Reed's biggest fan. What's he doing in here? Did you rip me off? Where's my video manual? I'll try it here. Is it hidden? If I flip, I don't see a video manual. Junk. Anyway, I want to see how this is looking. More so how this is feeling, because this has got some of that hefty heft. Oh, there's tape. How dare you? So I know a whole bunch of spoilers about this because I was like devouring the couple videos that popped up way up front. But yeah, there is, like, if someone says who is she, there's no answer really. Her hidden face sculpt resembles as someone just said it. Techno just said it. Hang on. As Merel from the Victory manga. She's cosplaying as Tarn. I don't think that calling her as Merel or Tarn really is like, oh, that's who this is. Like, this is borrowing a lot of visuals from them, but like there's a whole lot going on here. By the way, I knew about this, but look at what they solved on this figure. Like, this is all hard plastic. It's all just freewheeling. There's no rubber. I'm so happy. So her backpack, I believe, is supposed to be oriented upwards slightly, and I'm not sure. It can't just be like this. That's not right at all. So I'm gonna consult. Hang on. Who was it? I'm gonna consult Byron's manual instructions. Oh yeah, we'll just chill out here. I can show you this a little bit more. The thing about these, right, is that they're all hard plastic, but it's hard to get across without being able to molest it. This is really freewheeling. Like, I'm just touching it and it's going. Here you can see some of the treads going. Like, hang on, I saw something cool here. Lorenz Retiro, Tarn passing the title of Tarn to another bot. My immediate headcanon when I saw this design was like, this is the case. Like, this looked to me like another zealot. Hey, keep yourself together here. I know we're excited, okay? Keep it together. It was like another zealot who was taking on the title of Tarn, you know, the role of the now defunct DJD. This upside down playmat, someone asked about this last stream, so I have this upside down trading card game playmat on the floor of my shooting area here. The thing about this playmat is that it's bouncy. So sometimes when I put figures down, it pushes up a little bit and they start falling over, and it's really funny because I put them over here on just the normal surface and they're fine, but then I'll put them here and like that little bit of non-surface solidity has like a catastrophic effect. It's kind of fascinating to me. This is just going straight to tank mode, I believe. So okay, that's one thing like I'm not gonna like always harp on instructions for, even though I wish it was there, is the like the little guide of like how to transform from packaging mode to non-packaging mode. Where did I put those cannons? What Pizza Demon? What in tarnation? Separate Hard Return. By the way, Hard Return is in his own way a magician. Oh, separate the backpack. So, okay, and then I'm guessing there's some more stuff to do back here. Oh, I kind of see. I don't see. I thought for a second I had something, but then I realized I took this and I did nothing. I moved it up like that, but I spanned this 360 degrees while I did so. Bell Captain, I do have Flame Toys Tarn, although I prefer to call it Kurokara Kuri Tarn because my pedantic nature. I'm a little annoyed that people just call them all Flame Toys when there's like so many different design teams involved, and that like a Flame Toys Kurokara Kuri is referred to in the same way as a Flame Toys Furai model when they are demonstrably highly different pieces. It's like a, I don't care really if you don't do it. Like, it's not like I'm not the police. I can't make you say it in a different way. But I'm just stalling for time because I've noticed a whole bunch of little hingimities in here. Hingimities is the proper true fan way to refer to them. Yeah, I saw something about Glyos. I still collect Glyos, but I haven't bought any in a while because due to the circumstances of the era, it's incredibly expensive to get Glyos shipped, and so I'd need to do a massive order, and I don't really want to do a massive Glyos order right now because I have too many from the last 9 years, I think. Oh, Sea Striker, it's deep from 1 TFT. Oh, hey! I hope the painting's going well. Yeah, Anita, that's part of the reason why I like, is because so many people were like, you know, you'd see one of the Furai models and you'd be like, how is this possibly worth like several $100s? And it's like, it's not, and also it's not a toy, it's a model kit that you have to put together. And then you'd see the Kurokara Kuris and they're like, damn, how am I going to put that one together? And it's like, it's not, it's built for you. Also, it's $400. The bummer about Kurokara Kuri, right, is you can't really shorten it easily. If you know what I mean. It's a hard, you can't just catchphrase that one down to an acronym, because then you're in trouble. Right? Right? I think 3K is as close as you could get. 3K kind of works as long as no one thinks about it too much. I'm also folding out this little manual strip here because I want to get a look at what they're showing me. There's like a splayed out view over here that I think might help me discern what's going on. K cubed. I'm down with K cubed. So another reason why I like to get away from the Flame Toys thing is I think it doesn't give enough credit to Chemical Attack Team, who are the reason why Kurokarakuri, I will say they are half the reason why Kurokarakuri is so friggin' cool. Oh, that's for the alt mode. Because it's their linkage articulation stuff that makes that stuff so cool. Maybe I had it and I'm overthinking it. I think I had it and I'm overthinking it. I am. Yeah, these have tabs to go in. It was just this. There we go. Anyway, the Kurokarakuri stuff is so cool, for me at least, because of the Chemical Attack Team working on it. Same people who do Metal Build. It's the same people who do re-edit Iron Man and a whole bunch of Sentinel stuff that I like. They're not like literally all Sentinel. I have a few. I have 3, I think, Kurokarakuri figures. Yeah, I have Drift, I have Tarn, and I have Starsaber. And I dig them. I haven't got Optimus or Megatron because it became hard to keep up with that stuff. Part of the reason I was also collecting the first 3, Tarn and Starsaber especially, is because I was at conventions where I could pre-order them direct, and thus get the cool pre-order bonus, but also not have to pay the, like, exorbitant shipping cost of getting it direct with the pre-order bonus. Well, the pre-order bonus you got from ordering it direct. Like, you know... Oh, I popped a finger. So are these hinged in? Okay, these are hinged in. What's funny is I didn't pop a single finger on Optus Pexus, and they gave me a couple extra ones for him. But part of the reason I brought Optus Pexus out is because I was curious what the hands looked like next to each other. Because I knew that they were not literally the same hands, but I have a feeling somewhere out there on the internet someone thinks that they are. So I wanted to get the size comparison going. Even you can demonstrably see, like, they're very similar, but they're not the same. Like, there isn't even, like, Optus Pexus has a screw in the middle of the palm, and Eris does not. Alright, I gotta stick the cannon on so that I can start messing with this some more properly. That took 2 seconds. Okay, I can, you know that thing, right, where you can feel the coldness of metal? That's right down here, so her diecast is down here. Also, yeah, Eris literally has talon fingertips. But someone immediately would say, like, well, they just retooled the fingertips. I missed a whole bunch of stuff here. Do you plan to get Victory Leo? I would like to get Victory Leo because I like the bonkers thing that they're doing, as far as, like, the, like, incredibly brave robot aesthetic of the two of them combining together. And I'm curious how it will feel to combine them together, because their Starsaber has a really cool feature that I don't think was advertised at all, which is he looks a lot like a big kind of kooky IDW Starsaber on, you know, amped up to 1,000,000 degrees. And you can strip a lot of that armor off to reveal just like a sort of eccentricized normal Starsaber underneath all of it. And it's kind of cool how the armor can all strip off, which makes me think that it could be cool how the Victory Leo parts combine on. It kind of, you know, it depends. I think there's equally a chance that it's one of those sort of processes you go through once or twice kind of things. I'm hoping it's not. I'd like for it to be like a real, like, tactile, fun thing. I'm just checking elbows. She, I believe, unless this bend, no, it doesn't. She's only got single joint elbows, which would be my one moment of disappointment, because I didn't really keep up with, like, all the specifics, but I was like, I wonder how the second elbow joint's going to come out. And it doesn't, because there isn't a second elbow joint. Wait, what? Check again? She has a double elbow? What am I missing? Do I have these the right way up? Black piece under the treads. Are you kidding? Alright, that's pretty cool. I think I said this last stream as well. Whenever I say something where I'm like, man, I'm so hyped to be wrong. That was a beautiful moment of being wrong. I didn't even conceive that whole chunk would move. I'm glad to have my tech assistant hard return in here. You should check out some of hard return's Instagramming. That's right, Instagramming. Check out some of hard return's Instagramming. Photographs that are nearly on par with Mr. Magic, the camera wizard himself. Credited in the instructions, Ian Reed. Hard return's up there with photographers of that caliber. I'm going to try transforming this, I think. Is there anything else I wanted to try out on this? I know that there's colossal amounts of torso articulation. That's a little tight. Well, it's a little tight compared to the... Is this a ball joint? I guess it's a... No. I think it's a ball joint in the waist, but it feels mechanical at times. But I think it's a ball joint. But this is not. This is a big-ass hinge. Yeah, what's the neck range? Oh, that's expressive. I like that. And I think this is just frictioning in. It's weird. There's two little nubs, and what are they? Yeah, I think that just friction's on. Oh, I see. It goes into the... There's two divots by the cheeks. So the bummer about my Kuro Karakuri is right now they are inside a cabinet that has a bunch of stuff in front of it. So it's hard for me to get at them right now because I live a nightmare life in a warehouse of an apartment. This is kind of cool. I thought this was just a transformation step, but like this sliding thing... Okay, I guess it's not really doing the thing I thought. It's just catching when I move it like this and I have to adjust it. I thought this was moving to cover a gap at all times, but it's not really. Because it doesn't lock in like that, so when you move the thigh again, it just sort of stays there and you want to bump it over. There's no light piping. These eyes are just painted bright red, but it's a good red paint, so I don't mind. Like, it's almost a light-catching red paint. Nice and smooth. Because I know the hips are badass, and like this is just it looks organic. This is a good kind of... All right, I'm going to take a chance and say this is a good... Correct me if I'm wrong. This is a good kind of single hinge knee because it looks normal in all positions and then just looks double jointed when you bend it all the way. Like that's a good kind of leg design. And the heel piece is just like a separate sliding bit, which means it's not like literally the foot is moving forward and back, but it means you can individually adjust the heel for whatever's going on. That's cool. I know this is for transformation, but this is also like almost a double hinge hip thing for the sake of kicking up. I guess, okay, before I start transforming, we got to do the rider kick test. I mean, you and I, right? Forget the rest of the chat. You and me, you know who I'm talking to. We know that she can rider kick, but like, to what extent? That's right, I'm speaking privately to you right now. And this is where the viewer can insert themselves as being the one being spoken to privately, much like in Blue's Clues, where they feel an attachment to the media, even if it does not necessarily exist if you think about it logically for more than a few seconds. Yeah, this is cool. This is like... Oh, yeah, which rider kick? Nowadays, people are more learned. So they're like, well, which one are you doing? So I just... This is what I call the generic rider kick. The one from which we alter postures and add gear and etc. What was the deal with paprika? Paprika is like a really nice... I just actually put some on my potato I made earlier today. Oliver Richardson leg dab? Kinda? I don't think I can get her face behind this knee. I'll try. Okay, I kind of did there. Leg dab. We did it. In fact, you know, I don't think the toy can hold herself up necessarily like this. Implied leg dab. There you go. Nice, Cygnus. I don't have any rider shirts because I live in Canada and I couldn't order anything because their name is specifically Team Rider US. Which is not their fault, but it became my own realization of like how I was starting to feel empty about a lot of that endeavor. I was like, and then as soon as I said that, a whole bunch of people from the UK were like, uh-huh. So, you know, mea culpa, I think is the phrase one would say there. AKA breakdancing. I guess, okay, I'll critique these hands a little bit, because on a base level, the hands are good. The one thing about the hands, though, is obviously the fingers don't feel as, like, I can't just grab them and pull like Optus Pexus's, although maybe that's just mine because he came with extra fingers, for just in case. But hers do have, even though they're not, like, coming apart, they don't feel quite as intense. The spread actually feels really good. So the finger spread is nice and tight, but the knuckle joints are a little bit less grippy compared to Optus Pexus. Also, I'm finding she doesn't form a fist as well. I feel like I'm asking for one of these hinges again up here somehow to get the fingers to curl. The fingers aren't getting to curl forward quite enough to satisfy my fist needs. And this is where I then say, it's only a compliment that that's the kind of critique I have about articulated hands on a figure, is where I'm like, you know, they could deform even tighter, only because the illusion has been accomplished in other things. So it's, you know, it's something that now I'm asking for, and I want it. Why can't the fingers grip into each other? Maybe the thing I'll let go is, like, the fingers all being different lengths. That's, like, my dream as well. But I think that introduces very heightened production costs. Not just producing extra pieces, but also, like, you then in mass production have to have each finger assembled and placed properly. So having them all the same length is probably... It probably makes the overall experience better for me as the end user. But I would also like the fingers to be slightly different lengths. According to the instructions, it looks like you just... no, I remember this. You just take this off. Yeah, my fist needs. All right. Everyone has a certain quality level of fistular desire, right? That one doesn't need, but one would like. I can live without my perfect fisting, obviously. What are you talking about, you weirdos? Get your minds out of the gutter, weirdos. I'm going to follow the instructions properly. We will see how Byron's instructions do. Arrange fingers as such. I appreciate that wording. What is cool is usually, right? Usually they want you to put the thumb across the empty space there. I think it's really cool that the thumb gets to go over the fingers for transformation compression position. Let's see if we can do that again. So we're cracking this. Oh, someone came in recently, or just now, at a perfect time. Matt, I'm gonna get this right. Matt Kavarubius. Welcome. You joined the stream, in fact, at the perfect time. We were waiting for you, because, I don't know if you know this, it's Matt Kovarubius hour. Well, the hour is actually just up. You got here, you did miss a lot of your hour, but you still got here in time to get the fist advice, and that's really like what people pay for with that level of premium. So congratulations, regardless. I'm talking about robot fists, you gutter mines. I don't understand what the... I mean, look, I know it's Saturday night, but we gotta, hey, gotta keep it together a little bit. Like, the stream ain't for kids, but the stream is still for, something else. I don't know. I didn't really have... I was hoping the end of that sentence would just come together. It did not. So we're gonna have to take the L on that one. And now I understand the puzzle of the backpack, since I overthought it for 15 years. Repeat for other side. Oh, we're doing torso plate stuff. Oh, wait a second. Is there another hinge? No, it's just that hinge. Right. Catherine, yeah, she showed up this afternoon. I heard a knock on my door. Because I was saying this earlier, I don't know what SF Express really is. But apparently it worked. So yeah, she just showed up. I just opened her up. I wanted to save that for a stream, because I thought it would be fun, given how I was so hype on this one showing up. This is a little touch, by the way. I like this kind of stuff. There's a little flip-out thing here. This tab, this piece of, like, belt buckle detailing goes into that slot on the side of her abdomen. Like, holy moly. Oh, I hope yours arrives soon, too. If they're starting to show up for we Canadians, they've got to be showing up for the rest of ye Americans as well. You know, the phrasing everyone uses, ye Americans, with a few extra E's. Rotate head. This head ball joint is incredibly stiff. It's a decent stiff. Fold lower half upwards. Okay. I will say the instructions are... Well, no, that's just an angle. Never mind. That's okay. So let's just fold her lower half upwards. That'll happen to you. Rotate assembly downwards and secure. What are we looking at here? Oh, these turn! Oh, well, that's cool. There's like, there's two, you see there's an opening here and an opening over here, so there's it's a freewheeling kind of joint, but it's got two lockable positions to go in. I like that. You have to fold the head down for clearance, apparently. I'm not sure in which direction. The instructions said to fold her head back. I feel like, well, okay. They are still matching it up. It was just weird. Double fold the shoulders and arms. I'll double fold you. I had a weird dream the other night while I'm sorting this out. I'll just share some bits of it. Basically, like someone was trying to assassinate me. And I took, like, incredible umbrage to that, as one would, you know. It's never cool, right? Trying to assassinate me. And so my solution was like, you know, we outsmarted the assassins. Me and there were people like helping me out. I forgot who all was there, but I had you know, squad help of some kind. But then, like, everyone was like, God damn, because, like, my solution was to, like, I was like, I will let them live, but I will destroy their minds. And I forgot, like, how I did it, but, like, I didn't just, like, you know, I didn't just uppercut the assassin, right? I don't remember the specifics anymore, but in some way I pointedly destroyed their minds. Like, I reached into their head and, like friggin', like, crushed their consciousness. To make an example to the remaining would-be assassins that if they continue with this endeavor, they will not simply die the physical death. They will be obliterated in all self. And then I woke up and like 3 of them were still there, and I hadn't dealt with them yet, and I was kind of annoyed. But then I already started forgetting details. But anyway, that's my dream I had. Fingers. I would recommend don't if you're getting this figure, don't start transforming her over like a gutter, or over like an open storm pipe. Like you gotta leave room just in case the fingers disengage a little bit. Also, if you have like the urge to like, I don't know, like live stream doing this, thus adding a whole level of minor technical complication to what you're doing, like probably not the best idea, if I'm being honest. Like, and I haven't tried it myself. I know a guy, and it could be a little messy. Yeah, Bell Captain, no fist play over storm drains. Like, it's what they teach you in school. I remember when I had that class, and like, you know, I asked a lot of questions because, you know, inquisitive young minds and all that, but yeah, it's for the best not to do that, I think. So this is good. Does this tab into anything when I do this, or nah, it just chills at? Okay. And then the head is just chilling out up here. And hey, it gets covered up. Look at that. This feels like this is supposed to... There we go. That merges together a little bit with the head sculpt. And so we have a tank. Now, like, I get it, right? Like, this really is enough. Like, if this came at you, right? Like the spinning bird kick tank, I'd give up. Like, I just, like, no, you win. Because, like, it's almost scarier than if there was a gun. So if a tank just had, like, a spinning bird kick attached to the top of it, like, I'd surrender immediately. And I dare say most of you would, too. I know that we all like to put on a brave face, but, like... Oh, Gerwalk mode. I guess. Yeah, I guess. Helicopter, I don't know. Helicopters don't have ankles. I've asked about that. I'm supposed to rotate this 190. Yeah, it's the GG. It's the Chun-Li tank. Summer Maiden, got any figures recently? Literally this, today. I got a good answer to that question. Alright, we gotta tilt the calves of the figure's right leg. I'm gonna tilt both calves, though. What are you gonna do, stop me? Rotate both the heel and toe, as such. Any Kingdom or Studio series? I got Kingdom Inferno, the other day. I need to film his box still. I could do that after this, and then we could crack him open. It's Chun-Li's Zord from when she gets Power Ranger powers. Fold-in calf assembly and secure. Oh, this is totally like just a... That beautiful knee joint is a byproduct of also this transformation step. What a nice transformation step. Especially once I get things aligned properly so the tab actually goes in. Then what a nice transformation step. Even more so. Any new Soto or Shodo recently? I got, yeah, I got 2 new sets of Soto. I got to film their boxes for my B-roll purposes. And then, oh, there's the thing. There's a little tab for this to go in over here. How pleasant. But it was Soto Gaim, Wave 3, and Soto Saber Book 7, I believe. The one with Elemental Dragon. Madifer, hello. Yeah, catching up on Soto can easily negate the savings of Soto. I speak from experience. I speak just from the experience of catching up when Soto was new. Like, I just basically binge bought the Exade ones after Exade, but otherwise I've been able to buy Soto as it came out, very thankfully. Also, once you get that this heel plugged in, all of the sculpting just collapses together marvelously on this. Yeah, repeat for other leg. Fold leg inwards. Oh, these fingers are kind of freaking me out with how they're just like chilling in a wedged space over here. I feel like they should be locking in somewhere, but I'm not sure where. So what am I doing? I want to fold. Oh, wait, do I have this backwards? I think I have this backwards. I had it backwards. There we go. And then we want to attach cannons. This thing does some stuff, right? Yeah. So before I attach them, the one thing I like to do with a tank is I like to look at it and say, okay, let's say I don't have the top part anymore. Does this still look like a vehicle? I think this does. Like, I've come to know my... This rolls really well. Holy crap. I've come to know my tolerance for, like, alien vehicle alt modes is a lot wider than a lot of other people's. So, you know, I try to bear that in mind. But I think this looks all right on its own if you didn't have the cannon involved. I just like to know how much the figure can survive without, you know, an arm cannon filling in space on a turret. And I think this one does all right. I see, yeah, you want these flipped down to make some room. So I see a tab and a tab, and a slot and a slot. Another one where I suspect once I do it a couple times, this will be a whole lot less of a fumble. Oh! There's also one up here. There's a butt slot. So first you connect to the butt. Then you wrap the legs around. And then flip these up. Ba-ba-boom! That looks friggin' cool. Yeah, Rob Stein, that I was not... You know what? Okay, a little critique on the instructions. I don't think the butt slot is adequately pointed out here. This looks like you're just sandwiching these around. There should have been a separate little window with, like, butt slot. Oh, by the way, note, removable mask. Can you imagine if you hadn't had the mask pop off this entire time and you were like, what? That would have been like me with the second elbow joint. Oh, we got some disclaimers here. The cannon is for your protection. Without it, you would have to deal with her crushing your head with her thighs. Like I said, it would be a lot more like, I just surrender, because this is a hopeless fight. If a tank just rolled up, like, with... It's just, like I said, spinning bird kick tank. Chun-Li tank. Catherine says, always want to carefully insert your cannon into your slot. Yeah, because there's a lot of tabs involved. If you end up, like, you know, getting a little bit too excited, or, like, getting too much stuff banging together at the same time, you could bend a tab. And then things start going in, you know, what's the phrase? A little bit cocksocketedly, and it's not quite working out right. Unrelated, but Uranus is the solar system's largest fart joke because it's primarily made of methane. There's an emoji for that. Butt slots need to be a feature on all transforming robot toys henceforth. There are a lot of robot toys with at least, like, butt cavities, if not butt slots. Yeah, stand pegs, Cygnus. That's right. Zindios, you hadn't seen the tank mode yet. Yeah, this is a friggin' good tank mode! The front treads not tab in better. They seem a little floaty. Yeah, they tab in, to the... Now I can't point it out very well. Can I get this out of the way a little bit? No, it's covered by purple things. Anyway, there's an internal superstructure piece that they tab into on the top. I would have liked to see a connection here to here. The floatiness may well just be me, like, getting a little bit grabby. Also, you know what? All that stuff I said about the thumb, I think you want to do the classic maneuver with the thumbs, get them in like that. This feels a lot better, because I was seeing the thumb just chilling out over there otherwise, and I think this is bracing the hand a bit better. Alright, so that's, okay, 2 critiques on the instructions. Number 1, clearer instruction for butt slot. Number 2, probably should have said thumb this way, not thumb up. I don't see any gains from the thumb up, I only see loss from the thumb up. Oh no, I didn't mean to say loss. No one, there's no loss here. You can't find it. It doesn't exist. I don't have enough things on the table for you to see loss. But yeah, I like this figure quite a bit. And, like, she was already, like, because she has, like, die-cast in the leg, so there was heft. Now that heft is compact and on the top of the tank, so it's like, Urgh! Like, you could throw this like a baseball. It wouldn't aerodynamically travel very well, and that would be a pretty silly thing to do. However, how much was she originally? Now I can't remember, because it feels like it's been a while. It hasn't actually been a while, has it? Picky peas, anything can be lost if you try hard enough. I know, but please, we don't need to. I think she was spin that turret. Why did we do this? Yeah, 120 I thought. 120. 110, 120? Tilt it. Are you making me do loss right now? What's happening? Is this loss? So the fingers, I'm not worried about the fingers falling off down here because they're nowhere near the treads and they're nowhere near the ground. So they are safe. I just wish that the top of the knuckles could tab in up there. LOL, hard return. Are you pulling a... what are you doing to me here? Let's I'm getting messed with. I'm getting messed with. Oh yeah, these treads are delightful. Oh yeah, in case you hadn't seen, yeah, the treads, they work. They're all hard plastic, no rubber. And then the thing I mentioned before, the thing that's like not really coming across in video that you have to like touch the figure to get, it doesn't take much to make these roll. Like they're freewheeling. And she's no wheels. She has 4 sets of these treads. I'm gonna give her a push. She rolls. She rolls. You don't have to push down to make her roll. You just go, boop. Here she goes. Okay, if she's currently 300 on the secondary market, don't. Because I'm certain this will get another run. Given how ridiculously popular this suddenly became. Hopefully it wasn't just because she sold out that she became that popular. But I think that it was not anticipated that that many folks would be into this figure. And as someone who's way into it, who wishes that this was not the case, I agree. I mentioned this at the top of the stream, but like, anything even bordering on original character design in this marketplace right now feels like it's not doomed, but that it has an uphill battle just for existing. And I wish that wasn't the case, 100%, but I think it is the case. So, like, I understand why they probably didn't want to make a whole lot of her up front, which I am assuming. I don't have any insider knowledge, I should mention. Bell Captain, thank you very much for the No! You okay, you know what though? You paid a good $1.99 for that. I can't be mad. You should, y'all, I think Super Chat surfaces to the top if you want to see what's happened. The only reason why I think the Anakin meme could have legs, but the Anakin Padme meme needs to stick around for like another 2 months for me to think that we'll remember it by next year. Yeah, there were reissue pre-orders this month that I thought were based on canceled orders, but I think they were also doing like another run of her anyway. Like someone was mentioning to me, I forgot where, this might have been in Discord sometime, that like Kultur himself is on like his 3rd or 4th production run. So like I'm sure that like the Tarnness will see this one have at least another production run. What recolor do I think would be good for her? I'd like to see the alternate universe Tarn. I guess the Shattered Glass Tarn. I like the way those colors looked on Kultur. So I mean that would be an easy one for just this mold. I would like to see... How do you put this? I would like to see more Erises, and this is unrealistic, but I would love it if they weren't just this retooled necessarily. Like, I think you could get, like, a couple cool retools out of this, but I like the concept of, like, Eris just, like, taking on other identities. At least as far as, like, the official lore concept. I also would like more of these to happen that look less and less like Transformers and more just like good transforming robot toys. Because I think MMC is one of the companies, and and Ocular Max, they're in a position to still have those happen. I was lamenting a couple weeks ago about how Bad Cube did that with Captain Huffy and then like disappeared off the planet, and it really bums me out. And yeah, I'm not like, obviously I'm not like going to be against more like female version of male Transformer Erises. Also the name Eris, being like heiress is kind of a funny wordplay. But I'm also like I'm so into like the idea that maybe like an original character could just be created on a full design level and also sell, because like it's like such a bummer. Like TFC Toys did that cool jet, which admittedly the thing that thing needed was a more memorable name, because I think its name is just like a bunch of letters and numbers. But like that thing looks cool, and then again, like the first response I saw to it was like, "Oh, who's that supposed to be?" And it's like, "Oh man." Alfonso, this was only up on Planet Steel Express, which is like the the sort of official MMC Ocular Max store. And I think that is indicative of this not having a big production run. Like, I just think that this was, like, a risk taken. And, like, they were prepared for, like, that run to take a month or two to sell out, and that's that. But given how it sold out, as far as I remember, overnight, hopefully that bodes well for more projects like this. Also, just good tank transforming robots feel like they are not a dime a dozen, and that they are few and far between. Yeah, a Spreem version of this would be my jam. You could do that. Like, she's got treads, she's got a gun. Yeah, the thing lore-wise I'm torn on is immediate reaction is I'd love to see more Erises to flesh out the concept of this kind of like spooky assassin who's also like a fan of things. Like, that's, with some bias, that's also like a character from my one short film I made 7 years ago. So I like the concept, but I like the idea of there just being like it's Eris Shockwave, it's Eris Grimlock. She's just like, she's duping powers off of other robots. I think that's a cool idea. But also, it would be cool if there was just like a bunch of robots who weren't necessarily all Eris, because then eventually you get the Eris lineup display, right? And then you're like, oh no, it's the Kamen Rider O's thing. Like, whose bodies are in all the Erises? Unless they do the thing where she's like Vinyl Tech Smokescreen, and she can just like operate 8 different bodies at the same time because she's badass. Then that'd also be cool. I'm gonna transform this back. and then I will that chapter of the stream will have concluded, because I want to transform this once. What if Eris becomes MMC's option to troll people on toys that have Eris, Anode, Eris, Arachnid? I don't know. That because I think at that point the joke doesn't hit as well, and also I really want IDW2 Arachnid, but I think that IDW2 stuff is too far away to ask for. Unique Toys Nero has been paid for. Just in response to a comment in there. I am very excited about Unique Toys Nero. I'm very sad that seems to be the end of a journey, but what an end to a journey. Holy crap, that thing looks good. I don't like doing react videos that much. I kind of wish I had done one to the transformation video reveals of Unique Toys Nero, Age of Extinction Galvatron, because I viscerally reacted to how that thing transforms. I was like chuckling. I gasped at one point. I literally went, ugh, like while I was watching how it transformed. I don't usually do that when I'm watching videos by myself. Unique Toys Nero is Unique Toys' possibly final release. It's from their movie masterpiece line, where they have a wizard who designs movie character transformations that are unmatched in the industry, in my opinion. All due respect to a lot of toys I do like, nothing is on the level of the Unique Toys movie figures. There's only like 4 of them. It's Peru Kill, which is Lockdown, Dragoon, Last Night Megatron, I forgot the one that was with DX9 for movie Hot Rod, and Challenger, the Optimus Prime. Those are some of my favorite transforming robots to ever have been made. And so they're doing Nero, which is Age of Extinction Galvatron, and it seems to be the final release. And it seems to just be a pastiche of all of the greatness of those previous 4, like just mushed together into a beautiful transforming robot. From basically, as I understand, like I just saw it going around that apparently it's their last release. Like that is something that was said from Unique Toys. So like I have a suspicion, like Unique Toys and DX9 were sort of connected at the hip, and so I have a suspicion it's just like they're not seeing enough, purchases basically. I'm gonna mourn UT by finally finishing reviewing Orden. I should. I mentioned that before. I think I'm finally over how annoyed I was trying to fix Siegfried. It took me like a year to fix that poor thing. I'm not sure which way I want these knees to go. Like, I think they're best up here. It's weird how they're jointed. Maybe that's pre-tooling. I don't know. These knees are interesting. Yeah, okay. UT stated Nero's the last release under that brand. Who knows what'll happen afterwards? The bummer to me, right, is like, like many unofficial companies, the thing that I want to follow is whatever entity, because I truly don't know, designed those 4, now 5 movie toys. I don't know how I followed that entity's work. If that's even one person, if that's a team, I have no idea. And it really bums me out, because I can go on and on about those designs, but like one of the many great things about those designs is how they prioritize transformation over all else, which is important to me for hand candy purposes. Like that's not the only thing I need, but usually that results in stuff that I like. And the way that they do movie transformations, and on some of the most transformation unfriendly movie designs, like basically anything from movies 4 and 5, is like they don't have things explode into ball socket sticked shards. They have things do studio half-eye tricks, but not just that, but operating in logical quadrants, and everything turns into chunks, not fiddly bits. Like, everything has linear motion in big chunks. And the fact that they pulled that off with Galvatron, whose on-screen transformation was to shred into pixie dust and then reform elsewhere, right? Like, that is an achievement, what they pulled off. I saw something. Do I have any... What was it? Thoughts on Good Smiles DX Dynazenon? I said earlier, I saw Tom Chu on Twitter was saying that it was way better than the Good Smile Gridman, which I heard was not very good. So that seems good. I have not watched Dynazenon or Gridman yet. I'm still waiting for the moment. There's nothing wrong with the shows. It's I've talked about this before somewhere, but like, I gotta be in a certain mood to watch something that everyone really, really, really likes. Specifically, I gotta not be thinking about the part where everyone really likes it. So I'm waiting for that moment still. And then I'm probably gonna binge both of them in a row, and then go to Twitter and go like, y'all, did you all hear how good these shows are? And then everyone's gonna be like, yeah, we told you 2 years ago. That's just a weird thing about me. Yeah, I would have loved to see Unique Toys do some more of the Age of Extinction Autobots. Like, those are my favorite movie Autobots, because they're unrepentant scum. I.e., they are honest. They are honest characters. That gets into my whole approach on what movie 4 is as well. Which is ridiculous. Are you going to be in future episodes of Couch Command? Like, there's no reason to say no. But I have not been on... I haven't heard anything in a little bit. I was asked if I wanted to take part in some, but they were for movies where I was like, I don't want to spend time watching them right now. So I said I'm good to sit those out. I don't know if those ones came out, so I don't know if it would be like a spoiler to say what they are, so I don't want to say what they are. But like, you know, it was like in theme with the other episodes of that show that have come out. They were relevant to pop culture and were films. But there were ones where I was just like, I just don't have the energy to watch these. So the shoulder treads have got lock-in points, which is the important thing to me. Like, if they were just floating back there, then I would say that is a big crit I would have. But they have determined endpoints, which I am a fan of seeing. Bellcat, did the elevator from movie 4 where you work? What was it like when Optimus ran in there and was like, destroy the lab? Must have been a weird day. Yeah, JoJo's is another one for me where, like, I know I'll like it. I haven't seen any of it. I just know of it, and everything I know of it is like, it's like really unlikely I would watch JoJo's and be like, oh, this isn't for me. Like, it's my kind of stuff. But like, there's so much of it that I'm like, I just can't get myself to start because, like, it will become a journey. I know how my brain is, and I know how binge friendly my brain is. So I'm like, I gotta leave this alone for a while. Like, Gridman and Dynazenon are not, like, binge dangerous. There's not a whole ton of them. Those ones are just like, I'm waiting for the right moment. It's weird, because, like, I watched 2 cartoons recently, and I could have watched Gridman. But I watched 2 other cartoons because they felt more like what my brain wants to see at the time, which is something I could sort of turn on while I'm working on other things. Because they were cartoons on Netflix, where a couple years ago, in both their cases, I watched the first 2 episodes and was like, I am not clicking with this at all, and then I just didn't get back to them. And then because, you know, it is what it is as things are right now, I was like, well, I need to watch something. So I caught up on Disenchanted and Final Space. And I had enough fun watching them. I have qualms with both, but you know, without you know, TCG nights to go to and whatnot, it was a way to spend some time. I know that those two shows both have fandoms, so I don't want to like just start talking mess on them and making people feel bad. Because I did enjoy a bunch of them, but the first two episodes of both I found really like. Ugh. One Piece is like too big. I don't think One Piece is possible for me anymore. I saw an episode of One Piece on a high school Japan trip. And that's the one episode of One Piece I saw. And that's when it was new. And that was a long time ago, and I think that they're just still making it all the time. By the way, the paint on this face keeps getting covered up by a mask. This is a really nicely done face. Like, look at how the nose looks like a drawn nose in this light. Even though it is a physical nose. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the like, L hook. That's bonkers to me. TCG nights on the Discord server ruining Evangelist media binging. Yeah, it's right. Adam Edgement. What Discord server is that? Is it Bayformer's Discord server? I don't know. Don't want to plug something that's been messing with my media nights. Bayformer's Discord server is pretty fun though. I got a new couple of deck ideas I've been messing with Axor. Yeah, this head is based on Dezaris' wife from the one panel in the Victory manga. Although I feel like saying, and look, it's third-party Esmeralda is kind of like, that's... Is it? Or does her head just look like hers? Yeah, this mask clipped in so well with the cheekbone sockets, I thought there was a magnet at first. This is a cool figure. All the die-cast being down here is really helping too, because like the foot design is odd. I think it's pretty easy to inadvertently end up with like the round part on the bottom, which would make her a little bit more imbalanced, but thanks to this stuff being movable on its own and a lot of die-cast being down here, she kind of... I'll try on the hardwood part. She kind of just plants. Yeah, she plants. It's a very good use of die-cast in 2021. Also, just like there's a whole lot of sideways motion down here if you want to use it. So you can get a lot of dynamicism. Have I seen anything about tech on Avengers yet? I saw some photos. It looked neat. It's not really my thing, but it's... I hate saying this because I sound like one of those YouTubers. Like I'm a little marveled out on like Marvel cross something. So like I'm happy just to sort of spectate it for now. But it is pretty neat. You just noticed dabbing Orion packs. Maybe over here. Yeah, Catherine, I don't think she would have worked nearly as well if she was plastic all the way down here. I don't need die-cast on my toys, but I think this is a very smart way to use it for the betterment of the overall figure. Yeah, also that tech-on stuff for Avengers confused me a bit because I feel like there was another project of like that like Sentinel was doing, or is tech-on the Sentinel project? Because there's the Sentinel project, which is Avengers in Iron Man suits, and then there's the SH Fig Arts thing, right? That they're doing as well. I don't know. I did not keep up entirely with all the details of that stuff. Okay, Sentinel's doing their own thing. Okay. Like, it certainly isn't like bad. I'm not gonna be like, how could they sell out? The integrity of the Marvel brand. Okay, Tech-On is the full-on comic book with Fig Arts. Okay. Because, yeah, Sentinel's also doing a thing. And yeah, Square Enix also did some techie Avengers and Play Arts, I believe. Or were those just the Nomura originals? Because Nomura's Nomura. gotta get this booklet and these boxes out of the way for a sec. She's also you can't see this in the stream. I'm trying to think how to put this right. Even though you see her on the table, she feels bigger than she looks. I don't know if that makes any sense. Like every time I look at her or pick her up, I'm like, how are you this tall? You're too tall, but I don't mind. Anyway. Sleepy Sea Lily, you like this ladybot an awful lot. Well, this ladybot's... oh no, I tried to rhyme and everything in my brain fell apart. Never mind. Eject. Pull the ripcord. Oh yeah, there's a Gokaiger 10 years later thing. There's a teaser that just shows the cast mugshots. So this isn't a spoiler. It's like literally part of the draw. Captain Marvelous has an eye patch. That's all I know. She optically mass shifts. Okay, fighting armor is, here's an Iron Man basic suit with minor changes, whereas Tech-On is a full-on unique suit for armor. Okay, I was also getting confused by the fighting armor thing. It's weird to say it, but like Bandai's Marvel stuff is part of what marveled me out a little bit. I ended up like just not digging a lot of the... I bumped my camera thing. I ended up not digging a lot of the fig arts in the end, and then there were just continually even more of them. So it's like marveled out, but not like the the MCU blah blah. It's more like just the general presence in my mindset. I was gonna go grab Inferno to film that packaging so that we can mess with that and then do some painting afterwards. Not on Inferno, but on my very beardy furry man that I want to paint. His name is Yuri the Hunter. I inadvertently came up with a really nice wash glaze on his beard, and I'm still getting over it. Yeah, Wheeljack 64, like they definitely got better over time. But yeah, they're like pricey, and like the last couple I messed with were Captain Marvel and Doctor Strange, I think. And even then, like, they were better, but like I just didn't really dig them all that much. There's something about them. Not to use like the phrasing of the day, but there's a very Bandai B-team feel on like all their Marvel stuff to me. Or their Marvel fig arts stuff, I should say. I'm going to quickly film some B-roll of the box, because I still do that for everything. Although the Kingdom B-roll has tempted me sometimes to just open the figure, then put them back in. Because the Kingdom boxes, you can barely see the toy anymore. Yeah, Barb, the Fig Arts Iron Men were the ones that drew me in the most, and they're consistent. Like with them, it's almost just like they're not bad, but they don't often do anything that makes me go like, whoa! If that makes any sense. And then there's also like, there's like 500 of them. The Iron Men, I should say. Alright, that's all my B-roll I need for this feller. Happy day, they didn't announce, but we saw proof of life of an Earthrise red alert, so we get proper mode-matched boyfriend power in the imminent future. It's Red Hauler. Jeez. What did Inferno do to you? Oh, I got Dinobot. Dinobot is my glimpse into the future. I think, because this is just a Wave 2 one, right? So I think that it's already known for the most part. Yeah, this isn't the crazy one. This is the I'm a Maximal one. The crazy one is later. That Inferno isn't an ant. What is... No, this is Inferno. This is Beast Wars Inferno. What are you talking about? Just like in G1. It's G1 Beast Wars Inferno. Hey! Speaking of eject buttons, that nozzle just flew at me. I know what you're saying. Why are you... Oh, I can't do it with these. It's like, why are you wrestling them out of those twist ties? I hate cutting these things. They're just not pleasant. Although they did, like I saw it going around on Twitter, they finally ditched the rings. Those little plastic rings, discs on the bottom. Like, thank goodness. Hoenn Jedi Master Ben, you just watched Linkara's A Voice in the Dark with you as the Mad Scientist. That was a lot of fun. That was some fun, just like good old, just gonna do some voice acting. That was a good time. It's me doing my old terrible Malcolm McDowell voice. Still finding the damn rings in your room. Yeah, I try really hard to like make sure they all fall into a pile. So, like, I know where they all are. 'Cause, yeah, I hate finding bits of plastic everywhere. It's all environmentally terrible, but there's somehow something even worse when I just, like, find them lying around like dust and debris. Also, the yellow of this backdrop is really messing with the white balance of this, this phone camera. I appreciate how we all know about the little discs and all hate them. I quietly fear when I like the day that we meet the little plastic disc proponent. The person who's like, these toys got worse when they got rid of the plastic discs. Oh, no, it landed over. I was gonna say, I might have just shot this elastic into deep space, but no, it was right there. All this tie cutting, by the way, did anyone see that photo going around Twitter of, like, 3 Walmart Netflix Transformer boxes that were just, like fully opened, all the twist ties cut, toys just stolen from the toy aisle? Because I was like, do you know how long it would take to do that? Like, whoever did that, I guess, earned it. Like, I guess they... if they just had, like, the sheer gumption to chill out with a couple clippers and a box cutter and just do all of this 3 times. Like, you know what? You earned it. That is yours now. Like, there are a lot of reactions of like, oh, how could they let him do that? But it's like, also, it's a Walmart. There's a finite amount anyone needs to care about that kind of stuff at a Walmart, I think. RG1 convinced the person who did that fruit ninja'd everything. Yeah. Like, I guess the way my brain works is, like, if you're gonna mass theft toys from a toy aisle at Walmart, like you just grab the inner out and just pull and take whatever you have. But, like, this, you know, cutting all the little ties and everything, like, man. Just checking the instructions. This stuff's all new, right? Like, little hose pieces. I don't remember any of these from Le Grappe. I am an Inferno fan because it was one of my childhood G1 toys. Although mine, I got as a gift from a German aunt while I was in Germany as a kid. I went there a lot as a kid. And I remember at the time when I was given the gift, I was like, wow, why is this in a gold box? I guess Transformers are always out in Europe, because when Transformers stopped being around in North America for the most part, I was still going to Europe a lot. So it took me a long time to comprehend the idea that Transformers stopped for anybody, because I was in Europe. Oh, Iron Raptor, they fixed those pegs that... Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, the pegs that break. I tweaked mine on grapple because I knew they were a problem, so I adjusted them myself with sharp objects. I should be posing this guy, not getting him into the stock shelf pose that you always see. We gotta get more exciting. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me no more. Real Habbo Man, Evangelist, you select art fire's got some terrible paint QC. I know! It all melted off! It all melted off! Damn it! The gap fillers add a lot. I could see that. Like in here. Because ostensibly, a gap filler on here would visually add thigh mass more so than, like, down here. I'm gonna try to remember how this transforms. I'm gonna just do it once, and then I will bust out the paint. I want to see if because I only transformed Grapple a couple times, because I was like, I'll mess with him more when I get Hoist. Or am I mixing up Hoist and Grapple? No, I'm not. But then I never got Hoist. I still have to get Hoist. I'm hoping I just spot him in an EB Games once I feel more comfortable going out shopping for funsies. It's not like I didn't have any opportunities to get Hoist, but I don't like paying full retail when there are so many options around here to get stuff on sale, which leads me to have massive moments of hubris of like, I'm just gonna wait for a sale. But now, on the back of such a mindset, I'm like, I need to get Siege Omega Supreme still and Earthrise Scorponok. That's a lot more expensive than when I just wanted one of them. So, you know, I pay the price for things in my own way, but I'm trying really hard to not impulse buy as much, because I still do it, because I'm very bad about impulse buying. So on regular retail Transformers, it's one of the easier things for me to, like, to try to not go total bonkers on. So those pegs there, right? Those are the ones we're thinking about? Or was it different ones? I don't remember anymore. I did get Earthrise Trailbreaker, so I do have, like, the mold, as they say. I didn't fold his head away. That would have been funny looking. Oh, Mythic Legions are real rough to impulse buy, because, like, when the windows show up to impulse buy them, all you think about is, like, how hard it is to find them. Otherwise, but yeah, I do need to get Hoist, because yes, Grapple does need to, like, the builder boyfriends need to get together. You know, I can't have them all be apart. I need to extend this, or I don't feel good about myself. How do I? There we go. Yeah, I still remember how this works. Proper water cannon on the side of your water cannon on your truck kind of thing. Proper where does this go? Your proper articulate water nozzle over there. Your proper funny looking thing on the side of your ladder there. Yeah. I do have a red alert. I have a siege red alert. Which means that, like, now I gotta get a hold of Kingdom red alert if he's got the earth body, because oof. Gotta have the matching. Otherwise, Red Alert's gonna be like, why are you in Earth mode? Are we going to Earth? Are you leaving me? Are you leaving me again? You know, like, it's gonna be a whole scene. I have to do what I can to keep the happy couple happy and not thinking one's out to get the other's job, let alone life. I really should throw the instructions in here too to recycle eventually, but I've got a paper bag with like 6 years of instruction book. I just throw them all in the same paper bag because the next time there's a toy show, every time there's a toy show, I bring the paper bag with me. Someone is always down for an instruction book because I just put them in there of like 25 cents each or something. Someone always wants to complete something with an instruction book. Anyway, do you roll? You roll. Vroom. I'd say I was doing a test, but I nearly dropped this like 4 times in the last 2 seconds. I was gonna say, something about this visually feels more like a long rod to me than on Grapple. I used to save all my instructions very, very vehemently, but then in 08, when I started getting instructionless loose toys off eBay, it was like that broke a habit for me of both keeping instructions and keeping packaging. Getting stolen Chinese animated toys helped me stop hoarding packaging. There was a good side. I gotta start setting up the paint thing. Did I see the new third-party blaster? I saw it on TFW, but I don't recognize the company name at all. And it looked like it was just CAD model stuff. So I was like, well, this looks good in an idealized state. But that doesn't... For me, that doesn't mean a whole lot until I know, like, how the physical piece is. Rider Skullman, I got all of Studio Series 86 Wave 1, and I like a lot of it. That Rodimus and Cup have been living on my desk for ages now, getting transformed constantly, because I love both their transformations. Even import boxes, I started getting a little bit rude. Like, I ditched a whole lot of third-party boxes that didn't have a lot of artism to them, artisanal artism. Basically, I mostly just kept the DX9 and, not DX9, the Unique Toys. No, DX9. DX9 D series, that's the one. Those boxes are pieces of art on every box side. Like Shigur and all the rest, like because their boxes look like Art Deco pieces, or not Art Deco, but like art poster pieces. Mateo Potato, I don't have the newest wave of Cyberverse Deluxes because I haven't seen them available in Canada yet. The Prowl trio, if that's what we're thinking of. Prowl, Starscream, and the other one. I forgot who the third one was. Move something out of the way. Soundwave. That's just rude. That's rude that I called Soundwave the other one. Ben Minton, I picked up Core Starscream on your TFW recommendation. Super fun toy. Yeah! Core Starscream from Kingdom. If you like transforming robots and a core toy is not too much money for you, don't look up how he works if you don't know. Just get him. It's worth it. The cost of the toy is worth the journey and the moment of, oh! Like, Core Starscream is one of the few Transformers toys out right now where I'm like, it's actually, if you know how the transformation works, you've actually lost some of the value of buying the figure. Not that it's terrible if you already looked up how it works. It's just like, if you went into that, you know, not knowing anything like I did, oh, good lord. Yeah, like New Age Flipper vibes. Like, you're like, how does this do this? Hey. I had my water here the whole time. Masahiro, you are here. Oh yeah, Ender Prime, don't pay 20 for them. Like, that's a lot. That is a shame. That's something it's hard to convey that all the time. But like whenever like you talk up a new figure and it's also hard to find, you do want to tell people like, look, this is really cool, and I am actually wanting to hype you up because I think it's really cool. But also don't pay a whole lot for this if it is costing a whole lot. Tygon, hello. Yeah, it's my fancy Latvian paint box that cost a lot of money, but was how I got myself able to start painting again. Basically, I wanted my paint setup to be modular, and there are cheaper ways to do it yourself, but I was like, if I have to do it myself, I'm never going to do it. And I thought this thing looked really cool, so I bought it. It's a made-to-order thing from a Latvian company. He says after showing off Eris Kultor. Well, there's going to be another run on her, for sure. There's got to be. Let it not be said that casual hypocrisy may well be, a fun weekend activity for me. Who has the bigger mind blow? Kingdom Cyclonus or Kingdom Core Starscream? Yeah, I guess I'd say Core Starscream, because Cyclonus is mind-blowing, but you really quickly go, oh, you know what, though? Of course he's this good. Because he's a Voyager. Like, Core Starscream, you're kind of like, you didn't have to do this. You could have just had him, compress his limbs together on himself. You could have had Starscream just squat and tuck his arms in his stomach. Yeah, seeing about third-party Legends pricing people out. Yeah, like New Age and Magic Square stuff. I wanted to keep up with New Age after I'd binged on a couple at my last TFCon. But yeah, it is kind of... I'm always wary about, like, it's so expensive and it's small, because I think that that's a deeper conversation than it sounds. But the price point on their Datsuns was such a sweet spot. And on a lot of their stuff, I see how it can work out in one-off cases. I do feel like Darius, given that there's 4 or 5 versions of that, recolors, colorways, I would call them. I was hoping Darius would be tucked down a little bit, given how many versions there are, because I think so many versions of the Datsuns is how they hit such a sweet price point. And New Age's Constructicons, I'm kind of digging the individuals, but they're coming around like 55-ish a piece, and I'm like, the Datsuns were 35 each. I didn't know Darius had die-cast metal. That changes a lot about Darius. I don't have Darius, I should mention. But I did perhaps, I might have gotten, they're not here yet, but I might have indeterminately in the mail the Magic Square Stunticons, because Magic Square seems to have carried through on something I was hoping they would from their first wave of stuff, which was prioritizing the tactile fun factor of their toys. And in their Menasor and in their Devastator, they seem to still be doing that. So I wanted to grab that Menasor, and I kind of grabbed that Menasor. I have none of it so far, but I just, I also have my tastes. I have my needs. At the end of the day, I'm still very tactile oriented, and I need that to be a feature. And New Age's Datsuns are very tactile oriented. They're Jazz as well, I should say. Like, I got their Jazz as well. But I feel like, at least with New Age, Magic Square seems to be nicely hovering in a midpoint for me. New Age is starting to feel like they're leaning into the kind of fans toysy demographic that has been getting into their stuff, where it's like, you gotta get the character model right, and it's gotta look good in robot mode on my shelf. And I'm hoping that I'm, like, misreading things, but, like, that's kind of the vibe I've started getting off them. And it's sort of bumming me out, because, like, I don't like that vibe. I find that is a mindset I have no engagement with, far as like having conversations about toys. Yeah, Iron Factory is always a go-to. Iron Factory I just kind of fell behind on because for me, Iron Factory is, every Iron Factory piece is either a 10 out of 10 or like a sub 5. With 5 out of 10 not being bad, I should say. That's the way I use numerical stuff when I do, is like how it's supposed to be used. But like Iron Factory stuff either blows my friggin' mind, or I'm like, oh, it's just missing a critical thing for me. So like I started holding off on pre-ordering any of it because I wanted to wait to see how things would turn out, and then I kept waiting, and now I've missed a whole lot of Iron Factory stuff. I do have their Bruticus, which is lovely, but I didn't get any of their DJD because it was also bad timing for me when they were coming out. I think the next Iron Factory thing I'd want to track down would be the big Magnus they did. That thing looks fun. Yeah, Blargosaurus, that's one way to put it. Like, I almost don't want to say it's only strikes, but it is, like, strike adjacent, you know? Like their Overlord was a big one, where a lot of people like it. I think it's fine, but I think it's not that great. Or at the time I thought that. I don't know how people feel about it now. I did see Planet X's Nick Roche Grimlock, because Nick Roche retweeted it. And it looks really cool. I don't know if I'm gonna, like, jump to pick it up, because it's probably going to be like $100 American. But it's definitely on the docket of like someday at a convention maybe. I wanted to green the animal flesh on this a little bit. 160 US, yeah. I don't love it enough to like order it online at that, but it does look really cool. I am happy to hear the Leo convoy and all the beasts turned out, because I was, like, there's no specific thing, I should say, but, like, all the beasts that they had when they were just, like, CAD models and prototypes, there was something about all of them that was making me go, like, I don't know if this is my thing. But, like, across the board, all the feedback on them has been excellent, so I'm sure that I'd probably enjoy them if I mess with them. Yeah, SS86 Grimlock for any markup, I think, is not really worth it. I don't like that Grimlock as much as a lot. I still like it, but I don't like it as much as a lot of other people do. I couldn't imagine paying a markup on it. Because the wheelie has a good head sculpt, and like that's it. So if you pay a markup on that set, it's just going to exacerbate the parts of the wheelie that don't work as well. Like, there's a certain, when it comes to, like, markup mindset, I always think about, okay, if I do really want it and I pay a markup to get it right now, like that is inherently fine. But it's like, are there any aspects to this which are going to be catastrophically worsened for me alongside this markup? Looking away from the chat for a sec, 'cause I'm putting a green glaze on the parts. This guy's basically wearing a skinned armored boar, and so the exposed bits of boar flesh, I want to kind of green them a little bit, because this dude is designed with a winter aesthetic, so I want to get across that he's like walking around in the winter tundra wearing old dead pig skin, and I feel like it would kind of green up a little bit. Originally I had it more leather looking, and then it just looked like everything else in him was already leather looking, like all the bits up here. So it wasn't really working out for me. So I want to give this a try, see if it's any different. I should say I'm not basing this on any, like, actual factual, aspects of what, like, you know, boar flesh does when it's dead and exposed to the cold. I'm just going with what I think would look cool. The other thing I want to do on this fella, I plan to highlight the fur back up to white, but I want to give it a little bit of blue glazing from the bottom up, and then give it a dry brush of a harsh white, and see how that looks, just to make him have a little bit more, like, oomph, a little bit more pa, as he call it. That metric gduh. Why wear pigskin when you can eat it? Crunches. Adam Edgman, don't eat your clothes! Just adjusting this thing a bit. Screen accurate Nitro Zeus with the chain and the base. Yeah. There are a lot of design. Like, that's why I'm lamenting Unique Toys kind of shuttering on their movie stuff, especially. Because you have to see it in motion to really, like, connect with it the way I do. But, like, the way that they achieved those movie design transformations was, it's just beautiful. It is beautiful, it's inspired, and it's beautiful in a way that is focused on the user and interaction, which is not terribly common for, like, even official Masterpiece toys nowadays. Like, official movie Masterpiece is a line with so many wild peaks and valleys, that I don't really expect a whole lot out of it anymore until I mess with one in person, because and I've enjoyed a number of them, but they're always such a gamble as to, like, whether or not they suit my tactile taste. And, like, you can't even tell in photos anymore, I feel. Like, that upcoming Bumblebee movie Optimus is, like, could be good, but also it's a truck, and those tend to go wrong a lot more often in Movie Masterpiece. So I don't know if I even want to. But then Ratchet was good, and Ratchet's a truck, so maybe they solved the problem to some degree of getting, like, larger beef vehicles to not feel so unpleasant to me. And I don't know. Sometimes I word the way I talk about toys is like, only I have this problem. And, like, I've come to... Part of the reason why I like sharing this is, like, you know, I encounter folks more often over time who have a similar taste to mine. And so now the reason why I like to bring it up is also to accommodate those folks, and because, obviously, I'm going to accommodate people who have my taste first and foremost, because I have biases and nepotism. Hey, Chris Carnage. Yeah, also I don't understand the cat ears thing on the Optimus truck. Like, it's less, they don't bother me, but, like, they always look like a transformation step that wasn't done in all the photos I've seen. What's up, Makataka? I'm painting a very furry bearded man at the moment. I did a little bit of, like, over-highlighty, cross-hatchy highlighting on some of the leather. I'm going to give all of that a little bit of a brown glaze. Let's try mid-brown. I want to see if that makes the cross-hatching look like it's under the leather, more so than on top of it. The cat ears don't even do anything for the... It just looks so weird. I don't know. And yeah, because it's a Bumblebee movie thing, I agree. I want to know if it was designed post the movie as it was or pre, like the Bumblebee was. The bummer about that is, like, that's something that we'll probably never learn anytime soon because it's an inherently negative piece of information to give. So I doubt that it would be readily given from an official source. And that's, grudgingly I say, that's fine. That's their imperative. It's their property to want to only, deliver positive tone news for. As an enthusiast, it is rather frustrating. Because I want to know more hows and whys. Macataka, thank you very much. I've been painting minis with regularity for just over 90 days, but I used to paint when I was a teenager, and I painted off and on since 2018, but not very often because I was always getting too worked up in my own head about how I have to set everything up perfectly to paint, and I've got to paint really well to make it worth setting everything up to paint. That's part of the reason why I got the big dumb case. Is now I can take the case down if I want to do something else, and I don't have to worry about justifying setting up to paint. And also because I started doing the hobby streak thing, which is not just painting, but it's a great way to get oneself to just do something every day, so that you don't suddenly have months pass by and you're like, damn, I haven't painted in 3 months. And in doing things with regularity, you then just start naturally getting better at it. Not to say I'm great. I got plenty to learn, but it's less that I feel like I'm getting good at it more than I'm getting comfortable doing it. I'm less freaked out doing things now. And making some lemonade out of lemons. I spent a long time working on this tank. And then right before I took it out to top coat it, it slipped off a ledge, the driver broke off, and I got a big chip here and a couple big chips up here on the top of his hat. So after letting that ruin my day for about 12 hours, I decided, well, this is how I learn how to touch up horrible accidents. And I feel like you can't really tell that there was a huge paint gouge there anymore. Or that most of the rim of his hat was chipped down to the bare metal. And that made me feel pretty good too, because now I feel more like, alright, if something bad happens, I'll fix it. But this was also fun in just doing glazes and things, and highlights and stuff, and trying to blend them together. And just by doing it and seeing it happen makes me feel more confident about I can try doing that now. Whereas before I'd be like a gradient on here, I'd be I don't even know how I could ever do that in my entire life. And so you just kind of poke at it a bit. Day ruining accident was this taking a spill and getting 2 big chips and a break, literally 2 seconds before I went to top coat it. And I've been playing around with some mud stuff here on the treads, and then giving it a glaze cover afterwards to make it look wetter. Anyway, I'm very proud of this little tank. I think that it's not at all going to be the best thing I ever painted, but it represents a whole lot of personal growth. Doing the orange rimming on here, and then going through and retouching up all the orange after I did the turquoise to make the orange pop out again, also was a learning experience in just doing it, and then not feeling oh, how am I ever going to go around and line everything? The doing is, it's probably dead obvious to most folks, but I'm just amazed how just doing is just enhancing my confidence in something that I find very satisfying and relaxing, and not to do the whole boomer thing, as they say, but it's nice also having another thing I can do for hours at a time where I don't have to look at a monitor to do it. Just for the sake of my eyes feeling better, not out of some kind of oh, technology, but it's also just
feels nice on my eyes. Solo board gaming being a similar thing. Also, like, low-key, there is a whole thing about glazing, too, that was, like, a hang-up of mine as a kid, because I never comprehended how it worked. So feeling like I can actually do it now has been a minor power fantasy. Be frightened if you saw that tank coming at you even at its current scale. Yeah, that tank could, like, just friggin' knock you. If you were walking in the wrong direction and that thing just rammed into your heel, you just tip over. Picky Peeves. What I would recommend, even though it's not, like, in the sake of a game, if you do want to try mini painting, you can get, like, a little starter set of paints. Like, the Games Workshop ones give you models in them, and they're not terrible to mess with. The Army Painter Quick Shade set, all these red-topped bottles here, you can actually just paint with those to a really decent degree over an undercoat. And you can get cheap models from WizKids, like the Nolzur's Marvelous Miniatures things and the Reaper Bones minis are super cheap and pre-primed, so you don't have to purchase a primer. And you can just mess around on them. And I think that's worth doing just for the fun of it. Because then also, if it doesn't connect with you, you haven't really, you didn't like get into a whole game system or anything. I should use the blue ink, but I want to try out the Drakenhof Nightshade for this glaze, just to see if it's a little bit deeper in the recesses. I've become quite a proponent of painting, even though I don't know a whole lot about it, because I think it's... Same thing with solo board gaming, to be honest. I'm a proponent of that, too. I think they're very good for the mind if your mind can dig them. So, I don't know what this is going to do when I do it, so I'm just going to poke, and I'll see. That looks cool, but it's a little stronger than I was hoping for. Makataka, no worries. I would like to review Eris and Optus Pexus. I want to finish up some scripts I wrote but haven't filmed everything for yet, and then I want to get to those next. I didn't maintain a good work mojo this month like I was hoping, but I also then did the stream before the very end of the month, which is better than before. So I'm still chalking it up as an overall positive for Camp Vangelis Central's brain. I'm gonna add a bit more glaze medium to this and see if this is a bit more pleasing to me. The workspace thing is like, that's the thing I overcame with this case, but there are more affordable solutions to having like a little portable system. Someone mentioned in the last stream, literally a plastic tray can hold everything you need for painting, and you can pick it up and get it out of the way when, you know, folks need to eat. Because you just need a water cup and some paper towel, some paints, and a thing to put the paints on, like a palette. And the palette can just be a piece of plastic from toy packaging. So if you get like a plastic tray to put it all on, you basically got an at-home portable workstation. I mean, I'll also say, like, the way that I think about this stuff is very, like, how do I solve your issue when, like, speaking as someone for whom this is sometimes the case, the issue is sometimes also like, it's not like I can just solve it. It's like, this is also a psychological thing. And I fully dig that, too. I just want to say, I don't want to be, like, overly aggressive in how I'm offering advice. going better than I thought, this blue. It's going different than I thought, but better than I thought. Blargosaurus, Randy wasn't on NECA? What? I missed this. I've been asked if I'm stoked for Randy Falk's hotly anticipated return to the NECA Twitter. I didn't know if there was, I guess a thing happened? I'll take it easy, Adam. Return to the alpha. Like, I don't follow NECA's Twitter. I haven't since they annoyed me. So I'm, always a little distant from this stuff. It enters my feed now and then, obviously, because it's still a toy company and people get excited about what they do, fully justifiably. A thing happened, he stepped down, now he's back. Well, Randy, I didn't notice you even stepped down. How long... I mean, he's not here. Was this like in the space of like a week? Is this some classic like late aughts YouTube? I've decided I'm leaving. I'm stepping back. Week later. I'm back. Yeah, if I go over this again with the... I want to try out the... I got rack white. Like a Citadel dry white, because white is real irritating to work with as a dry brush color. So I got a pre-dried one that Citadel does, because I want to see if that helps me at all. Finish this little ring of fur, and then I think I'm done the first pass. Should say while I'm doing this, before I look back at the chat, another thing I picked up just from doing this a lot is the manipulation of paint with a brush, which I never really thought was like all that big a thing until I started doing it, but like knowing how to manipulate the liquids around a little bit is another thing that comes with experience that also I find greatly boosts confidence in doing the practice. You know, I'm back. Jealous of that man's beard. Oh, Blargosaurus, you didn't know you stepped back either. Randy Falk inferior to the truest Falk, Peter. Super 7 Silverhawks look neat. I don't have any connection to Silverhawks other than I think the bad guys look cool. So I gotta not make that into I'm gonna buy all the bad guys, because like I don't know anything about Silverhawks. But they look fine. Guero London, would you be interested if Hasbro licensed out a proper Transformers skirmish game? Yeah, if it was done by some good folks, hell yeah. That would be all down to the actual game being good to me. Same thing with the Transformers TCG. The reason why that game was good is that it was a good game, if that makes any sense. That's sort of redundant, I guess. But that's why people like that game, is like it was actually a good game. And continues to be a good game, thank goodness. Thanks to a whole lot of folks. I need to let this guy dry for a bit, because he's real wet. So, while I got the blue out, this lady I want to have an icy dress. So I'm going to say blue shading, but thinner. and then build up from there. Yeah, the deck builder game looks like, as long as the cards are exciting, that game's going to be good, because the engine they set up is really exciting to me. Bloggersaurus, yeah, there's a bunch. Like, I'm a little biased because I like a lot of the folks interacting there and working on stuff there, but like Adam Edgman there is from the Bayformers Discord server, which is it's also a community set that is very focused on interconnectivity with other community sets. I like their stuff a lot because they're introducing a lot of fun mechanic ideas that are the kind of thing I liked a lot about Transformers TCG, is when like new mechanic ideas were very, how do you put it? They weren't power creep upwards. They were just like power creep sideways, where it's like now there's just more deck types. Also, they made Axor, and I've been really enjoying Axor. I've been making a bunch of Axor decks, which got me to play some old Wave 1 cards again that I haven't in a while. Like, I found that the stuff I get the most excited about with the community card sets are things that also make me break out cards that were otherwise, like, unplayed full stop out of my official cards. That's why I like a lot of community sets that you know, came up with more stratagem identities for older character cards. I like new characters that get me to pull out old battle cards I haven't used in a while. So right now, my jam has been Bayformers, but there are lots of other sets kicking around. Teletran.net has a lot of good links to community sets. And hopefully, sooner than later, there will be some more media on how to play with community sets, specifically online. I've been in a couple Bayformer events, playing over webcam, which has been fascinating, and I finally made some decks in the Tabletop Simulator mod that has been supporting community sets, and I think that's going to be a real strong way to play once pre-made decks in that system are made more readily available, because it is pretty, as far as I've been told, pretty straightforward to do, because they're just, in the end, files that you can import as objects. Yeah, in the deck builder, I love that the matrix is being used, like that basically the card market is the map. Like, that's really interesting. Yeah, Bloggersaurus Axor was in Bayformers Wave 1. He's not game breaking, and he very much feels like a character who is there for the sake of cards that are yet to come. But I still dig him. Like, his main effect is when one of your other characters battles, that's attacks or defends, after the battle, you can move a weapon or armor off that character and onto Axor. So I've been recently trying to build a deck around him using lots of weapons and armors that have put-on effects to, like, double up those effects, which has been fun. The other Axor power is that if you do that and the character you bounced an upgrade, that you moved an upgrade from was a mercenary, then you also get to activate their bounty power without having had to KO someone. That means if you do it and they KO'd someone, then they double bounty, and if it was a put-on effect, then you double put-on effected, and that stuff is cool. And then Axor has a stratagem for 1 star, which is his motorbike. So basically, every time you scrap an upgrade off him, you put a fence counter on the stratagem, and once there are 3 fence counters on it or more, you can flip it over and attach it to him, and it's his motorbike as a vehicle, which gives him +1 attack, +1 health. And the motorbike tag. Motorbike tag, unfortunately, doesn't have much behind it still, but someday. Yeah, Tygon, there's a couple mods. The newest one, I believe, is the one to get, because it's got direct community set support. So it's not just Bayformers in there. There's a whole bunch of them in there. Like, there's Arc, WaveX, Eddie's stuff, ATP. I think there's a new Seacon set, but I'm not sure if that's in TTS yet or not. But someone has been developing a Seacon set. because that was up on the Bayformers Casual crossover challenge recently. I haven't messed with it yet myself. But the general gist of Bayformers First Wave is, aside from a few little one-offs like Axor, it's primarily focused on a melee, on adding stuff for melee characters based on self-damaging for bigger buffs, and it adds the Quintessons as a faction, who are very multifaceted, and if you want them to be, incredibly complicated also. The Quintessons have a couple of main deck types. One of them is Sharkticon Swarm, which can be fun, where you run a judge and a bunch of Sharkticons and a stratagem called Pit of Judgment, where every time the Pit of Judgment has a number of counters on it at the start of the game equal to the number of Sharkticons you had at the start of the game, because they're all individual Sharkticons. Whenever a Sharkticon gets, once Sharkticons are KO'd, whenever you can discard, I forgot the precise combo, but when you can discard a certain number of cards from your hand, and I think they all have to have a green pip, you can resurrect one of those dead Sharkticons and take a counter off the pit. So basically, with Pit of Judgment, all your Sharkticons have 2 lives, technically, but in a shared pool of lives. So it's a way to have them as a swarm in a what I having played against it, what feels like a fairly balanced way. I haven't felt like it's overpowered, but it is pretty strong. And then the judges themselves can be incredibly complicated characters to play if you want. And then Giltor is in there, and Dark Awakening Optimus is in there as Quintesson heavy hitters. Dark Awakening Optimus is like a simultaneous Autobot Quintesson character. There's lots of cool stuff. Arc has some stuff I'm starting to mess with too. Arc Wave 1 has the Combaticons as a combiner team who are all mercenaries. And then Bayformers has Galactic Man as a character who can pair up with the Arc Combaticons. The Arc also has Skybite, who is down with putting cards under himself, and he's got there's a Tsunami Blaster upgrade that I think buffs you for having cards under yourself as well. I want to try Skybite with Nemesis Prime, see if that does a thing. For my Axor nonsense, there's Horde sweeps, which are tiny, really easily killable characters, but you can have 3 of them, and they're 3 stars each. So for my Axor nonsense, that could be a thing of just having more bodies on the field. I'm kind of rambling a bit, and I haven't been checking the chat. My apologies. Yeah, ignoring fan sets, the Transformers TCG was already also a very good card game. It had a design identity shift between Waves 2 and 3. Waves 1 and 2, it was a game that was fun for kids, that happened to be pretty engaging for adults with room for growth. Waves 3 and 4 added that growth. Wave 5 added a little bit too much growth upwards rather than sideways, and then the game ended before Wave 6 could happen, and I think Wave 6 would have corrected some of Wave 5. So accounting for Wave 5 has kind of been the first hurdle of a lot of fan sets, because Wave 5 introduced Headmasters and Black Shadow, and a lot of Decepticon Headmaster characters are really powerful. Maybe a little too powerful. They are not, they're deal-withable, but I heard that the Wave 5 official pure meta was unpleasant. I never got to see it because it happened during lockdown, and I wasn't playing webcam games at that time. But the nice thing is Decepticons were suffering in the games for a while, since Wave 2. So they made this terrible comeback where Quake and Fangry and Horrible and Black Shadow were suddenly defining the metagame. And I'm like, you know what? If someone's going to redefine the metagame, I'd rather it be those weird characters than friggin' Optimus Prime. So I didn't mind what I was hearing, but it also needed to be temporary, if that makes any sense. I think this is turning out all right so far. This is, by the way, this is what I'm talking about. If you want to try mini painting with just washes, this is just washes over primer, and that it still is accomplishing something. Quake ruins everything. Yeah, Quake. Like y'all know. I mean, if y'all are in on IDW2, you already know about Quake. But then Quake just waltzed into the TCG and started ruining things too. Basically, while I wait for this to dry, there's two issues basically that Wave 5 introduced. Is that there were the headmasters, where you have bodies and head characters. The head characters add a buff to a body character. The thing is, there are 3 heads that just add plus health to base health. That inherently is better value for your star cost than just about any other head could offer in the game. And the health heads were sometimes cheaper than some of the other heads. So it's like, if you're playing very competitively, there's no real need to run a non-health head because they add so much pump value to the body characters. And then Quake and Horrible specifically added. Oh, you can't play the bodies without a head. They're costed separately so that like you can. The idea was that the headmasters would be highly customizable or granularly customizable characters. But because the Decepticon heads involved a whole lot of plus health heads, everyone uses Decepticon health heads. And the other problem is, so Quake and Horrible were the other thing. I forgot the specifics of Horrible's abilities, but it involves ping damage whenever you play Black Pip cards. So that's one source of ping damage. Quake's ability in body mode is whenever a character is KO'd, including Quake himself, everyone on the board, your team and the opponents, all take 1 damage of ping damage as well. So with Quake and Horrible, you can be doing wide ping damage from like turn 1, because there's a lot of self-KO stuff too. So yeah, so one to an enemy and 1 to him with Horrible. So Horrible is draining his own health while dealing direct damage. When he dies, wide direct damage, to everyone except for Quake. That's right. I think if Quake dealt the damage to himself, this maybe wouldn't have been as much of a problem. But all of this is compounded with, once you blow through all this wall of aggression, when a headmaster character is KO'd, their head turns into a robot and lands on the board as a new, albeit fragile character. But that added to all the other stuff Quake does and Horrible does and Black Shadow does, made them, it sound like, very oppressive characters to deal with, where the solutions were not a wide array of options necessarily. And also there wasn't a wide array of options that were more attractive to play than just playing as Decepticon headmasters. Which I'm convinced there would have been, maybe not perfect, there would have been a solution come Wave 6 for such an obvious, meta issue. But sadly, we'll never know what it was, if there even was one. So now we got fan sets instead. And what I will say, my Axor deck with Axor and Exhaust beat a Quake deck in the last encounter. So it's doable. I want to give this little fella some coloration washes while I wait for that stuff to dry. This little guy, by the way, he's got a face. He's like, I'm here to fight. I'm here to fight some fools. Oh, actually, on him I want to do contrasts, because I pre-highlighted for those. I'm not the best, I should say, I don't have, like, an all-encompassing knowledge of the metagame or anything, but, like, I know what I know, if that makes sense, and I feel confident in the things that I know. Where'd my Gore Grunta flesh go? Here it is. That's what I'm looking for. Or fur, not flesh. I love Citadel color names. You never sound like a person who has their stuff together when you start referring to the Citadel palette. Yeah, I'm using some Gore Grunta flesh with a bit of Rack White on top of some Drakenhof Nightshade. You're like, so you're using some brown with white over blue? You're like, it's not the same! Yeah, Quake counts as a 0.1%er in the TCG. That's basically right. But yeah, the TCG, one thing about it, which I don't think ever got brought up enough, because coverage is inevitably going to be about top-level competitive, right? I took a sip, by the way, from my glass. One of the most fun things about Transformers TCG that I think would have made it, if there was some way to push that more, made it, and I think going forward, I will push this on folks at conventions who want to try it. The mid-tier meta of Transformers TCG is incredibly fun. Like, the decks that are not amazing, but that have a solid gimmick, and when you do it, you feel cool. There's a lot of them. And like Wave 2 actually had a whole bunch of them, like Volcanicus, especially with the stratagem from Wave 5. The Volcanicus Jurassic Punch stratagem deck. It's a bit of a one-trick pony, but when you do the trick, you feel like you won even when you haven't. Because Volcanicus was a troubled character. It was a team of Dinobots who weren't very good, who had one trick to do that was very hard to do, and then you'd get Volcanicus, a combiner who's not very good. So what Jurassic Punch adds is, for an extra star, when Volcanicus does his first attack, basically you have, like, I forgot the precise math, you generally have, like instead of flipping 2 cards off the top of your deck, or like 8 cards off the top of your deck, a Jurassic Punch attack with Volcanicus was usually, I flip my deck over, and then count the pips. And it's real fun! Oh, yeah, the Trypticon sadness is double-fold, because Trypticon was a buy-a-box promo. Not that bad, because if you had a player base in your area, you could probably get one for free. Trypticon is a bad character who doesn't work, is the real big bummer. Trypticon requires player-made stratagems to work. Because Trypticon is based on you having a god draw of a very certain hand at very certain times. Then he does cool stuff. There's no way to guarantee that you'll ever have that good draw, and it's incredibly common for a Trypticon deck, even a well-built one, for you to just be sitting there hoping to have a certain 4 cards for the entire game, and then you lose. The Trypticon was troubled. I haven't looked into all the fan stratagems yet, but like a lot of them are based on very common ideas, like basically working around the part where you have to god draw into a very certain hand. Yeah, the thing about even Transformers top meta often involves at least some very creative decks. Like, don't get me wrong, I should really clarify. Like, the top meta of Transformers TCG was still some really cool stuff most of the time. Even that nonsense with Quake is like, but Quake is cool, so that's already kind of neat. But the mid-tier had stuff like Volcanicus, it had, like, honestly, a lot of combiner teams. It also had the King Starscream deck, where you're playing as King Starscream, who basically wants to perpetually be flipping Decepticon crowns on his attacks and defenses, ideally while wearing a Decepticon crown. So he's like a halfway through the game video game mini boss. He's got one trick. When you can break it, he crumples to dust. But his one trick is very characterful and like, whoa, we gotta get Starscream away from all these crowns. The Firecons were another one. They should have been better. The Firecons are like a very gimmick aggro deck, but it's kind of cool how they work. It's just a little bit too slow how they work. The Omnibots are one of my favorite decks. They're basically a gotcha machine for the first half of the game. The bummer being that they don't actually have an end game plan. They're just a gotcha machine. But I really like them. Again, I'm not like a card shark, but I think it also speaks to the quality of the game that I have all these fun things to say about lots of really weird, different decks. Yeah, Wave 1 Dinobots were actually top meta for a bit, because they were just a very powerful, like, Unga Bunga aggro deck. Which, you know, as annoying as it was to deal with in Wave 1, you couldn't deny that it was also highly in character. Like, of course, they're the ones who are, like, just gonna come at you with brutish force. I just realized I colored this poor little dude's loincloth the same color as his facial hair, implying that he's just covered in pubes, and I want to make it a slightly different shade of brown. Because this is an innocent little champion, and he doesn't need to look like some kind of pubes joke. He deserves better than that. Call me nepotism. Apparently in Pokemon TCG, Shuckle teams are the wacky stuff. Captain Caplaw Battle Muff. Unleash the Battle Muff! Wave 1 Grimlock was a hard card to pull. I pulled my first Wave 1 Grimlock out of a booster pack I found lying on the floor of a Toys R Us with no other booster packs around. Oh yeah, the Sludge's gimmick was the fun Wave 1 thing too, where Sludge, you could use Ice Still Function. Sludge could take an infinite amount of damage off another character onto himself, so he could full heal your characters and then, you know, horribly collapse on the floor. And then you could use Ice Still Function to bring him back for a turn to do full heals again. That was fun to pair up with Volcanicus as some real goofball, inefficient but fun stuff. Oh, Pokemon video games on the TCG. Shuckle teams in the video games. Nothing wrong with that. I thought you meant Shuckle teams in the TCG, though. Analog Shuckle teams, as you might call them. This is, by the way, a character who's floating. I need to paint her, but not her balloon, because I'm using her balloon as her handle right now. And then I'm going to attach her to her base, which will not be this long. But I'm waiting for this glue. I'm hoping this glue set right so I can snip the tip off of this to pin her down onto the floating base. I don't have any color scheme in mind for her though. I'm not sure. I might just go for leathers because it's post-apocalyptic steampunk in Riot Quest. So going for browns always works, even if it's kind of boring. How's Yuri doing? Okay, this guy's looking good. He's still a little bit... I'm going to give him another 10 minutes, and then I'm going to try the dry brushings on him. And on you... This stuff all is dry. It's just glossy. I'm going to try highlighting your dress with Frostbite to see how that looks. Saw something about rogue decks. Jules, yeah. In Transformers, there were a lot of rogue decks. Transformers also had the boon of, like, it wasn't just deck construction, but it was also team construction of characters. So, like, you'd create the basis of characters who are always on the field till they're KO'd, which meant that they were non-shuffled, thus non-randomized elements of a deck that you know are always there till they get, you know, beaten up. I have lots of nice things to say about Transformers TCG. In part because it was also just better than it should have been. As, you know, a tie-in trading card game made by the same company that makes the license. Because it's WotC, right? And Transformers, so it's all Hasbro. It's Hasbro making Hasbro. plenty about it that should not have been good, but instead it was very stubbornly good. That's something I'm looking forward to once we are more able to meet in person again over here in Toronto, is resurrecting the Toronto Transformers TCG scene, even if it's only like 4 of us or 5 of us. I want to because I'm not sure if anyone else has really been messing with the fan sets, and I know for a fact, at the very least, our Eric, Mecha Nova King, would have a lot of fun with some of these fan sets. Shadow Scribe, I think the deck building game looks really exciting, and hopefully I will be able to provide some coverage of that game ahead of its release. I say hopefully. It's seeming likely, but I will always say hopefully till stuff actually happens. Admittedly, part of the coverage I would want to give to the deck building game is at least a minute to explain the difference between a deck building game and a deck construction game, because I'm sure the poor folks at Renegade have been hearing a whole lot about a TCG they didn't make. You mentioned Toronto and TCG, then COG just appeared in my head for a spell. I've been trying to figure out if I can do any nonsense with COG and Axor because of Axor being able to do double put-on effects, and I think COG is too expensive to work, but I'm not sure yet. Picky Peeves, you're also realizing that fan stuff should alleviate the budget thing. Yeah, printing cards is more expensive than you might think as far as like playing in physical, but if we can get more people playing in TTS and on Octagon, you know, digital stuff like that doesn't require your own cards, then it should be doable. Although, like, you know, you can proxy now. There's nothing stopping you from just printing, because, I mean, you also do that for the fan sets already, but printing official cards as well. Nothing's stopping you from doing it other than figuring out how to print them at the right size. And I can't imagine a fan-run event that would get particular about proxies. And if someone was going to get particular about proxies and I had their ear at all, I would try to talk them out of being particular about proxies. Because the only, like, there's no reason to care anymore. There's no game to sell. People are, like, I'm still trying to track down the cards I don't have in physical because I want to collect all the cards. I like the game and I want to collect it. But I don't feel like if, you know, I have Night Racer. If someone's like, well, I want to proxy Night Racer because she's a, you know, $100 plus card still. That doesn't hurt me as someone who owns Night Racer. I don't care. I want people to play the game more than I want people to think that I'm cool for owning an expensive card. So I'm hoping that proxies are a welcomed thing going forward for anyone who does manage to, you know, do stuff with the game. If you're meeting at a store, obviously you should figure out a way to give money to the store where you're playing the game. If they have any leftover Transformers product, then, like, you know, make entry and participation, like, hey, if you can, please try to buy a pack or two. But if you're running events and stuff, like, please, I mean, none of y'all are going to be like this, but, like, hypothetically out there somewhere, whoever you are, please, don't get precious about proxies, just let people use them. And if you have proxies that you don't need anymore, give them to someone who doesn't have the facilities to as easily make them. Like, I have a sort of crummy set that I printed of Bayformers battle cards. Once I get nicer print versions of them, I'm going to give my crummy set to someone who's like, I'd love to play with those, but I don't have a way to print them. Then I'll just give them the crummy set and go like, well, here you go. Now you have a way to play them. This is looking cool. Literally. It's all icy. Anti-proxy stuff now makes you look like a TCG Bill Gates. Blogosaurus, have you seen Joy Toys 40K figures? Those are the little ones, right? Like I saw the adverts. I want to know more about them. But any 40K toys, that seems pretty exciting. IVO, what kind of thinner do you use for your paints? Well, I use water-based acrylics, so technically I could just use water with them. I like using glaze medium, because it lets you thin the paints without necessarily thinning the pigment so much, I guess. Or no, thin the pigment without thinning the consistency so much. But for water-based acrylics, which are pretty much all that I use, it's just, water or glaze medium. For enamels and stuff, you'd need to use some paint thinners, but that's part of the reason why I don't use them, because I don't want to take on the extra thought processes. But most any miniature oriented painting stuff is going to be water-based acrylic, like your Vallejos, your Citadel, your Army Painter, your Formula P3. A lot of that stuff is water-based, so it's also all very easily cross-compatible. Okay, yeah, this 40K stuff is 1/18 scale. Ideally, that means at least larger characters, like dreadnoughts and stuff. Yeah, enamels, there's a whole thing about enamel ink washing, which looks really cool, but, I just don't... If I had a dedicated hobby corner, then hell yeah, but I don't, so I don't want to take on all the extra, necessary chemicals right now. I'm not, opposed to doing it, I should say. It's not oh, don't do this. But I would want to... I'd want to have more of a dedicated space to do that. One of these is a flesh wash. There it is. Yeah, the Archcore stuff is also highly 40K. That stuff also looks really cool. Is given Shivers here a little flesh wash on his flesh, so he's slightly less pale, but only slightly. I know how crazy that sounds. Flesh wash on his flesh! Where's the imagination? And this is one case where I admit, I'm painting by the numbers. I'm painting the number one color in the one slots. Oh, that looks cool. I also want, ideally I want these two. This guy's becoming a lost cause for not taking long, but I wanted these two to be pretty quick paint jobs, because I don't want to spend a ton of time on every single model unless I think that the model looks really cool. And it's not to say I don't think they look cool, but beard dude with furs and a bow is not as exciting to me as Dr. Stygius. And I also want to get that completion high of figures done. That gives me a really, nice little shot of that serotonin. Ooh, Jules, you getting that Darkest Dungeon tabletop? That thing looks intense and big. Piggy Peeves would also help. Mini painting would help you with your Gundam pilots, for sure. Something I've been trying to teach myself is with this is kind of what they call, I think, a size 1 or 2 brush. I saw an interesting thing about how you can get smaller and smaller brushes, but at a certain point, as long as the brush has a tip, you can use it to do small things with enough control. That's something I've been trying to teach myself, because those Gundam pilots are they're that big, right? Or you mean the ones that are the larger standees that aren't necessarily to scale? Because I'm thinking of the scale ones that are that big. Because those ones you definitely would probably need a... You still don't want a tiny brush, because then you don't actually have enough room to hold ink in the brush. or paint, but like something like that would probably be good for them. Oh, Jules, you did the all in on that one. Woo! That should be fun when it comes in. I saw a stray hair bent back on this brush, so I'm trying to set it forward again. As much as they get maligned, rather justifiably, the fun thing about those like all-in minis Kickstarters is like when it's for something that you love and it's like one, then they're really freaking cool. The bummer is when it's like you've done 4 of those, then it's like, oh, this is a problem. That might also be why I'm trying to get more into mini painting, is so that, you know, let's say ostensibly I have a couple of all-in minis Kickstarters sitting around. I'd like to bash through those a little bit too. I'm gonna try some Agrex Earthshade thinned on these leather bits. See if that tones them down a bit more to my taste. It's a bit better looking. Well, specifically, a bit better looking for what I want. I got a bit quiet there for a second. All spooky. What's been going on? Alex Lemons, yeah, I saw that Planet X IDW grip block. They hit the lions real well. Also, welcome. Yeah, the 40k in Warhammer 40k is because it takes place in the 41st millennium, so the year 40,000. That's why the Horus Heresy prehistory game is in the year... It's called 30k, because I believe it's supposed to be in the 31st millennium. That's also why Warhammer doesn't always have a lot of plot development, because if they develop the plot too far... they'd have to change the branding. Ha 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 ha! Ooh, ooh, ooh. So, no one's ever told that line before. That's a new one I made up all by myself. Whoa! Ho, 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 ho. Hee 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 hee. Funny guy. Also, yeah, I am getting a little bit into concentration. I'm starting to have little moments of seeing the matrix here on what I want to do. Those are also why I like mini painting so much. When you have those epiphany moments of like, oh, I'm going to do this. Like, that stuff feels great. Springen, can you go off on the Loot Crate Optimus for a second? I don't actually hate it so much. I think it looks very weird. I think if the thighs were thicker, I'd like it more. I don't really get why the thighs get so thin. My bigger problem is that like Loot Crate is still trying to exist. That's my bigger problem. It looks really, really weird, but like in a way where I totally understand, because I'm one of them. The people who are like, I kind of want it, because I'm like, no, I do too. It looks really neat. Don't get a loot crate for it. Loot crates in the year 2021. Don't get them. Don't get them. Because also, there's a lot of people who get them, and their reaction to an entire loot crate is, crap, I thought I canceled this last month. So if you want to get that little Optimus, I think it's going to be super easy a month after it comes out, because there will be a ton of people who have them that are like, why do I have this? And they'll be trying to give it away. Like, the sculpt doesn't make... I don't even know what the sculpt's trying to do, because, like, there's stylization, but then it's like... I feel like this is, like, half stylization, and then... but also then, like, someone sneezed while they were stylizing it, and then they just ran with it. It's fascinating. Not to get away from the original point, it's just like, to me, like, the bigger thing I want to go off on is like, have you seen what Loot Crate is lately? I'm like, where's the Ninja Turtles pre-order branding on that Optimus? I don't seem to see any. Is that an issue that we could be fixing? Yeah, that Optimus is it's the draw to a Loot Crate month. That's the other part about it that's so bewildering, and why people are laying into it so much. Is it is the item for that month of Loot Crate. And they're like, check it out. Has 3 points of articulation. And it's literally the head and the hands peg onto it. So those are swivel points. That's it. I just feel bad laying into it, in part because I'm like, this might be someone's art that they're very proud of, and like, I don't want to take that away from them, that they're getting to see it mass-produced. I just hope they understand, like, what bad news Loot Crate is. Where am I at on this? I need to let that dry and think for a bit. Yeah, oh my god, I'm on fire. Loot Crate is like NECA's Ninja Turtles Collectors Club now as well. I went off about this before some weeks ago, in like the ugliest way. Alex Lemons, I would probably love it if MMC did a Pharma Ambulon 2-pack. They would go together pretty well. Did they do something, or are they just a failing model? Like, Loot Crate is being used to push NECA's Ninja Turtles with ad blurbs like, look at the aftermarket value on last year's ones we did. That's why I got so antagonistic to them. Is the thing where, like, their selling point for this year's Ninja Turtle subscription service was a picture of last year's with the blurb, huge aftermarket increase. So they're selling them with, like, check out how much they're worth to sell a year later. And there's something about that I find, like, abhorrent and nauseating. You know, Loot Crate doing it is kind of like, it's not like a Darling is doing it, so it's like I'm kind of punching I'm not even kicking a puppy, I'm like kicking a dead thing. But it really was just grimy to see. Like, check out the aftermarket value on this Ninja Turtles subscription. Like, what if people want to like Ninja Turtles, though? Hell yeah, stream hasn't been going for too long. I say this every time, but I'm keeping an eye even more than last time. We're definitely well past halfway done with the stream. I don't think I'm getting any of these models done on the stream like I was hypothesizing in my head. but that's fine. I'm making good progress on them. But I think if I try to get any of them done, I'm gonna end up we're gonna be here for way too long, because I'm not sure yet what I want any of them to look like in the end, and I don't want to just settle on Yuri and Shivers looking as they do. Like, I want to do one or two more things to them. Right now, I'm just trying to get these dress creases, because that's an easy thing to tunnel vision on. Back after the stream is I'm putting ink washes on things, and I'm dunking on NECA and Loot Crate. It's a simple streaming service that we do here, but it's bespoke. It's artisan. What are the chances Loot Crate's going to cause market crashes like comics in the 90s? 0. Loot Crate would have to have actual market presence, and they've been junk boxes in the public eye for years now. So they're not going to hurt anything, I don't think, on a like wide industry level. I think that there is a chance they could if they had more clout to wield. But, like, nobody thinks a Loot Crate is cool in 2021. Loot Crates are punchlines these days. Like, Loot Crate is in such a state, I got an email from them saying, hey, would you like to do a sponsor deal? I ignored it. I thought about it for a sec. 5 years ago, I would have taken it for a bit. Because I would have been like, I wonder how long I can just insult the contents of these Loot Crates and make money for it. But the way that they pay is entirely, as far as I could tell, it was entirely like, well, the more people you get to subscribe to Loot Crate, and I'm like, I'm not getting anyone to subscribe to Loot Crate. That ain't happening. So, I'm gonna just not reply to this. Now, if I heard from Raid Shadow Legends, this would be a different story. I would be hyped to do sellout talk about Raid Shadow Legends. That, to me, is a mark of progress in the medium. Although, I caught the impression from something said on a Wayne Radio TV stream that Raid Shadow Legends isn't really down with people, like, doing... I may have misunderstood this. It sounded like Raid Shadow Legends is not down with people doing goof on them sponsorship talk. Like, they don't want people to ironically do sponsor spots for them. Which, if that's true, that seems really foolish. Because that's leaving money on the table, I think. They are a punchline already, so they should lean into it. Sorry, I just looked at the chat and it says Funko Pops are healing crystals for men, and I'm fascinated by the idea. I try not to dunk on Funko Pops a lot now because I've come to... How do you put this? I have come to understand their intrinsic value to an individual, even if they hold none to me. So I don't want to dunk on them so much. Although, I still find things Funko does occasionally to make me go like, you friggin'... I don't remember any of them anymore. I just know that it's happened in the last couple of years a couple times. But it was never really about the pops so much as about, like, decisions made. That said, there's only a certain point to which I'm going to be like, oh, I'll leave the Funkos alone. Like, eventually, like, I'm not going to hang out friggin' putting my neck out going like, hey, you all leave those Funkos alone. Like, I think most people who collect them are aware at this point. Like, they know what people think of the thing they collect. It's like, as long as we aren't going at each other, it's like, no, it's like the Hot Wheels collectors. Like, we get it. It is a funny bit. Ha ha ha. Yeah, the worst thing is when, like, a Funko Pop is, like, the only thing there for a thing you like. Then it's like, well, then there's nothing here for the thing I like. Oh, Jules says they're I'm guessing this is Raid Shadow Legends. They're pretty strict on sticking to the ad copy they provide. They pay big, but there are apparently really harsh guidelines, and they have to sign off on the ad before you air it. Yeah, that would never that's a shame to hear, but also that would never happen with me. Well, okay. If they were like, we'll pay you $2,000 to say this, I would probably do it, because that's like a couple months' rent to say that a dumb video game is good. I suspect everyone would know that I don't care about it, which is why I'd suspect I would never be put in that position in the first place. But I also suspect they can't possibly pay that well. Raid Shadow Legends is just such an inherent punchline when you say it. Like, it'd be so hard to resist. It would just be so funny to say Raid Shadow Legends, because you just have to say that, and then most people start laughing. You don't. They won't even hear the rest of the ad copy. Raid Shadow Legends. Okay, I start laughing when I hear it. I don't know if everyone starts laughing when they... Maybe it is more selfish than I was letting on. I just think it's funny. Yeah, the part where Pops, like, where I'm not sticking up for the Pops is stuff like when people are like, we need a... Like Picky Peas said, when people are like, we need a George Floyd Funko Pop, and it's like, you could also you could give directly to causes also, and not involve Funko Corporation creating a piece of merchandise on the back of a murdered person. not to get too real. Yeah, it's like that's the thing I've always felt about those sponsor things, is if it's obvious and it's not deceiving, then it's fine. That's why, like, I've always enjoyed the Giant Bomb ad spot reads, because, like, they'll read ads, and sometimes they will read the ad copy word for word, and it's still hilarious, because it's like friggin' Jeff Gerstmann reading an ad for something garbage. And by just reading the ad copy, it's really funny. And it doesn't make me want to go buy the thing. It makes me want to listen to the ad because I think it's funny. Whoa, sorry, I just got to look at this out of the corner of my eye over there. This is looking way cooler than I thought she was going to. Yeah, I know I'm talking about my own paint job, so, bear that in mind. But those are little moments that those are the little moments that I really enjoy out of this stuff. Is when I, like, glance over and I'm like, holy crap, did I do that? I'm gonna at least strong tone my balloon goblin, just so that something happens here. Get the gears moving in my head somewhere. Oh no, does Funko have the Overwatch Master Toy license? Oh man. Overwatch, what a sad story. Toy-wise, specifically, is what I'm talking about. But, you know, that can go all over the place. Fun game. But Overwatch Legends, though, the Hasbro line, like, what a... If you've ever seen a line just get shot in the back of the head in the middle of its own birthday party, like, holy moly. Like, it was just overnight, it felt like, too. It's just like, yeah, Overwatch Legends almost got the full team done. We got more characters coming. They're going to have the regular on us soon. It's all looking good. And you hear this loud gunshot all of a sudden, and you go to Hasbro, you're like, what was that? I heard this noise. And it was in Overwatch Legends' apartment. I heard a noise. And Hasbro looks at you dead in the eyes, completely straight-faced, no emotion. What apartment? And before you can say anything, Hasbro's just walked away from you, and you're like, what? And then you start asking people, you're like, has anyone heard from Overwatch Legends? And then they're like, who? Who? Hey, has anyone seen all the Overwatch toys going on sale? The what? Yeah, Hasbro, I was wondering whatever happened to Overwatch. Oh, you mean Fortnite? Got great new Fortnite toys coming. Oh, look at this. We're really excited. Finally doing 6-inch scale video game toys. We are excited to deliver some fun Fortnite action as you're getting physically dragged away by security. This is helping. This is something I find helps me with models where I just don't know what to do, is I do a zenithal priming, and then I'll do some highlights in, you know, an off-white like pale sand, and then just do a strong tone wash and look at them for a while. Like, this just helps me, like, see where things are. I'll say again, like, I was doing stuff like this. I was doing, like, washes over primer when I got back into mini painting a little bit with stuff like Rumble Slam starter set. And then I didn't think about it a whole lot. And then it was the Dana Howell video about underpainting. Like, it's not literally what I'm doing, I don't think. 'Cause like her process is a lot more intense compared to what I do. But that really opened my eyes to, like, ways you can at least put paint on a model such that it helps you figure out what to do. Awaken Realms charge you another, like, $30-40 to do this sun drop treatment that I just did. I'll tell you what, that's a board game joke. I'm not even connected to the board game community that much. No one understands that joke. Someone will. That joke is for the one person who gets it. Person who's like, who gets it and is also like, do I get Sundrop on my ISS Vanguard pledge or do I not? The problem right now is I don't really have a way to put her down. That's what's frustrating about these floating models. It's like, how do you work with them? Alright, I solved it. It's gonna fall over in the next, like, minute. Oh my god, I'm on fire. I heard that the Jazzwares Halo stuff is pretty neat. I don't care enough about Halo to buy it. That was my mistake I made with the Mega Bloks. Is they were very cool little toys about a property I have no connection to, and it became a problem, I think. But they look pretty cool. Oh Oh yeah, I could secure it with poster putty. I never think of that until after I put it down. But yeah, that makes way more sense than me trying to go like, balancer on a balloon sculpt. So the next plan with this guy is I want to dry brush the fur. Because I got this... Oh, she fell over. That's fine. I like doing this with her, actually, because it's like she's standing. But I got this rack white I want to try out. Oh, that Destiny stuff, I did the same thing. Because I love the Mega Bloks minifigure. It's just never with properties that I adore. And so I was telling myself, like, oh, but I like the minifigures so much. Just keep picking up some of the minifigures. Then you have a million minifigures about stuff that I'm not really into. And I'm like, ah. Anyway, rack white. Sick dry brush white paint I really want to try out on this guy. But I think I need to let this dry a whole lot more first. Picky Peeves, not knowing where to start, is highly relatable, and I see that constantly. Most recently, I joined there's this new Twitch channel, YouTube channel thing started called Nextlander, by a trio of folks who I like. And so I joined their Patreon because I wanted to join their Discord, and their Discord has a Board Games and Minis sub-channel. Long conversations in the first couple days in there with folks like myself who are painting, folks unlike myself who are way better at painting, and a lot of folks who are like, I want to paint, but I don't know how to start. A lot of really good conversations in there. So it is a very common thing to run into, because you even just look at this, and it's like, well, so do I buy all those? And it's like, no. This was like 2.5 years of me just like buying a couple colors at a time that I thought looked cool, and then like a set of quick shades, and then like it happens. But all you really need, like these quick shades, I would say are, if you have the money, they're really good to pick up right away because they'll last you for a long time. And as you can see on her, you can paint figures with them for quite a while. If you get like some quick shades, get yourself an off-white, like, you know, the common one, Vallejo Pale Sand, over here. So get a set of quick shades, get an off-white, and get maybe a black, but you don't really need it. And you're set to do some stuff for a while. Like, it's probably not gonna be like the easiest, but you could even just use the quick shades to tint the pale sand into a highlight color. Because the quick shades give you darkening ability for just about anything. And then the pale sand gives you highlight ability. Oh, the process. Yeah, the process, like, if you want to start, I would say skip the priming process and just get some of those pre-prime miniatures as things to just, you know, play around with and paint on. Because the process then, I would say, is if you take a pre-primed miniature, you already have a crossroads of the order you do it, but you can use pale sand to paint some highlights on the parts that look like they're raised. Give it a wash, look at it, highlight again, give it a wash, look at it, and like that kind of back and forth is something you can do several times while you figure out kind of like, oh, I'm starting to see like the end result this could coalesce into. Like, that's sort of how my brain's been working on this stuff. But that process is usually one that I find works, is like prime them. Usually I do prime them, give them a wash, do a highlight, give them a wash, and then like figure it out. I'm trying to skip the first give them a wash. Like on this one and these two, I did the highlight first, then the wash. But that's sort of like, you know, like dark light, dark light, dark light is kind of like a really good basis to operate from. Oh, for spring, that blue is also a real hot blue. Like that's a good blue on Netflix deep cover. Commander Matt, thank you. I like the word coalesce because when you do this, the hands also say coalesce with the syllables. It's a nice descriptive word. I'm trying to think of one thing to do to finish us off here. I'm trying to think of one thing I could do that would be like a satisfying, like, hey, we made progress, now we're all done. Is there anything left on him? I want to do the medals last. I mean, quick thing I'll do. I'll buff up those pouch stitches because they've gotten a little bit too fleshy looking. There we go. Also, that level of tip control would have been impossible to me about 60 days ago. So that's another little personal growth thing I'm very proud of. Oh, spring in. Yeah, that bums me out when I see, like, a big paint, not blob, but like a paint blemish, and I'm like, I just don't want to deal with it. But it's on the face, it's the worst, because like the face is where you look. Yeah, RG1, I'm getting worried about the Wave 3 Kingdom dates being all over the place, because like, I safety pre-ordered stuff at EB Games and Amazon, and I really should cancel at one. I should probably cancel the Amazon ones, because the EB Games ones I can get the Edge discount on. But, like, I'm so confused about, like, where all the stuff is. Like, I haven't done it yet. And I'm getting really worried that... Because originally my idea was, like, well, if one says this month, one says the other month, I'll just wait till one gets them and then cancel at the other one. But, like, that's gonna not happen, I think. I think it's gonna be, like, them going, like, hey, we both got your stuff in. And I'd be like, ah, good. Pardon me for a moment. And then I'd just leave the country. On this guy's face, I should probably start whitening the eyes a little bit. I was gonna push the palette into view so you can see what I'm doing, but the palette's blown itself out with exposure, so you can't tell anyway. Look at that little dude shrieking. Oh boy, you got a Pit of Judgment coming in. That's something I'm looking... If everything really works out, and we can have the Toronto Normal toy show by the TFCon folks in October, I'm so hoping to find just some fun, loose stuff like Pit of Judgment Sharkticons, or anything from Pit of Judgment, like parted out Pit of Judgments would be so fun to find bits and pieces of. I should say, in case anyone hasn't or isn't following my Twitter, personal update. My second vaccination appointment for August 23rd was canceled the other day. Because I got a new appointment for next Friday, and I'm really I'm not happy yet, because that appointment has to happen. And then I know that's still not, like, everything's done. But it's the closest, again, the new closest I've felt to not feeling like I'm friggin' trapped in limbo. And that means I'm getting my second shot the same day my mom is over on the West Coast, so we get to be After Effect buddies, which will be good times.
You know, remotely After Effect buddies. But yeah, I'm just very pleased.
My first shot was Pfizer. Did you know that they don't call it that in Germany? Because they're like, why are you calling it by its, like, distributor name? That's what my mom was telling me from our relatives. My first shot was the PF. So hopefully my second, or not PF, my first shot was not Pfizer. What am I saying? I'm thinking about my mom's first shot. My first shot was Moderna, because I'm in the mafia. And Canada, I think the reason I got the second shot is because Canada just got an influx of, like, a lot of Moderna shipments. So I'm probably going to get a second of Moderna. My email said they're going to try to prioritize you getting the same shot on your second one. However, in Canada, there's very much a messaging of, like, you're going to get what you get. So if it's an mRNA, you're getting an mRNA, but, like, you can't ask for a specific one. I don't know why I was saying Pfizer. It's because it's like my brain is faulty or something. But yeah, it seems like it's likely I will be getting a second Moderna, so I'm double Moderna'd. But, like, I got friends over in the West Coast who are worried because it seems like there's a decent chance they might be like, they had Pfizer and then we'll get Moderna. Yeah, our health people say it should be fine. And folks in Vax Hunter who work in health say it should be fine. But I really do feel for people who are, like, freaked out if they are told, like, yeah, you're getting a mix and mash, but it's fine. Because it's like, usually, as I understand, I don't have expertise. I'm just repeating what I have been told by participating in Discords and stuff. But, like, with, like, flu shots, there's a lot of different brands, but we all just know it as the flu shot.
Because the brand is not really our concern. In this scenario, because the brands have been made knowledgeable to us so much, the public now has a worry about the brands that we usually wouldn't have, and I think that that's a big bummer. That's on folks' minds in addition to everything else that's on everyone's minds.
But yeah, also with these things, like, the ingredients are different in these things and whatnot. Like, it's you know, it is what it is, to use the phrase that I hate. But yeah, in Canada, I think because also in Canada we're fully just importing things. We don't have production of our own. That also might be why they're messaging like, no, it's fine to mix it. Because I mean, we're operating with, like, oh no, it's fine to get your second shot 3 or 4 months after your first one. Where it's like, apparently it's probably fine, but it certainly doesn't feel good. But also the part where we refer to all these things as their brand names is like, it's unimportant, probably. But, like, I was on the phone with my mom the other day where I was like, I think it is messed up how we're, like, talking about the corporate brand names of all these things rather than the people who made the breakthroughs on these things. And that's how I learned that apparently in Germany they don't call it Pfizer, they call it something else. I forgot. The company in Germany that more directly actually created the thing. Because this is where I am resisting getting into then yelling a whole lot about the whole thing of, like, we got to figure out how to make these biotech or BioNTech, yeah, biotech or BioNTech. It's bio something. I'm going to resist getting into yelling about how there was an immediate what I felt was an immediate thought process of, like, all right, now that we've figured out how to vaccinate against this horrible world-afflicting thing, how do we make it profitable? Because it's like, oh boy, what if I make your mouth profitable to my fist that needs to increase the levels of its bank account of your blood and teeth, because that's what it has as currency. What I'm saying is, what if I sink my hand into your face and pieces come out when I pull it away? Anyway, I don't like the part about the profitability of something related to this. So that makes me salty. But hey, if I got viewers for whom they are able to profit off of life-saving medical stuff, then, you know, congratulations, and you probably don't meet me in person. Probably keep distance. It'd be great for... We'll be happier. We'll be happier if we keep distance. I was going to do something. I was going to pull out one of these. I finally dug up my one Aristea model I almost finished. He was in a work-in-progress box, and then I forgot where he was. I need to finish this guy up, because I worked on him last year. I just need to do these little greebly bits here. I want to do them in black and then metal. And then maybe I could just do metal, then wash them. Because then he's basically done. Because I was using him as an edge highlight practice, and now he's basically done, other than... like, he's got a little bit of a smudge there on one side of his nose I'm trying to just ignore. Because this side looks fine. So I'm treating that as shadows. And I just need to go through and metallicize some parts of him. Maybe, though, because it's not smooth, maybe I will give it a quick bit of the Black Templar contrast to set it up. If I do this, then I'll have done something I've been meaning to do for like a year, and that would be a great place to end the sesh. Anyway, after yelling a whole lot about things that are kind of real, I hope that, because it's getting late East Coast, well, it is late East Coast, I hope you're all having a decent weekend, all things considered. You know, I hope stuff's treating you well. If you're down with it, hope you're having... Well, I mean, you should be down with it, but if you're directly celebrating it for various reasons, hope you're having a happy Pride Month. If you're not down with Pride, then, like, I don't know, you're not necessarily all that welcome here. Let's just be real. If you're not down with it altogether, then you gotta re-educate a little bit. Oh, this was worth doing. This is already looking cooler. For spring and went to the beach for your friend's birthday. Hell yeah! Picky Peeves, that next episode, I'm going to put that out tonight. Because I've been saying, I'm going to put that out tonight for 2 weeks! And I keep forgetting. Or something else happens. And then when I think about it again, I'm super tired. And I'm like, nah, I don't want to lose sleep over this. I'll do it tomorrow morning. It's been getting silly. I am getting us organized to do another recording. I want to do 2 more recordings this month. So that wagon continues to sort of slowly get back into what it was. Oh, but I am happy to report, for CastBox, WTF at TFW works in CastBox now, I think. It's all thanks to our helpful site admin who sent off some emails and got very hands-on with solving the thing. The podcast should be there in CastBox, which I know was one of the main places where the podcast wasn't working that folks were bummed out that it wasn't working. I've been off to the side a little bit there. Oh, this is totally breaking up the blue, making him look way more dynamic. I'm really happy I'm doing this. Hello, Joaquin Garcia. Oh, this is an awkward angle. Oh, boy. Just getting in there with some water to do a slight erase job on contrast that went in the wrong place. Another skill that I'm still not very good at, but I've been picking up, is doing like water erasure on paint when it gets in the wrong place, but it's still wet. So it's never as easy as folks make it sound, but if you can pick up the skill, it also helps with that whole thing I've been talking about of just like making your confidence levels higher. Because it's one more thing that can go easily wrong. It's an easy everyone makes that mistake of, like, you know, misapplying paint here and there. But getting better at cleaning it up is great for the overall confidence. That's been the journey for the most part. I think I went on about this before, but I'll say it again. With painting, it's almost less of like you get good at it and more that you get confident at it. Like, getting good at it is also obviously desirable. But I would say it's almost more important that you get confident at it as opposed to good at it. Because the confidence part, I think, absolutely comes before the good at it part. And also, the confident part means that painting is more fun for you and more relaxing rather than stressful. Which is ostensibly more important than your end results when you're doing it for yourself. Any more of this weird... Oh, there's some more of this weird cabley underbody sculpt. Oh, there's a bunch up there, too. It never ends! Uh-oh. An old angle I had was way better down here. There we go. Oh yeah, Joaquin, the live stream is we're in the wind down part. I'm just doing one more thing to this model and then I'm gonna call it. This is an Aristea model from the Aristea board game, miniatures game, which is a spin-off from Infinity. Which I don't play Infinity or have any other models, but the Aristea main box went on, there was a dented box that went on sale at Meeple Mart a year and a half ago, and I snatched it up. And when I went to pick it up, one of the guys who works there was like, "You're the one who got it," because that dude really wanted it, I think. Because I've heard a lot of good stuff about Aristea as like just a fun, you know, asymmetrical hex-based team game. It's sort of not the same, but it's in a similar wheelhouse, I think, to Riot Quest as far as like sort of not goofier, but it's a bit more of a lighthearted game in an existing universe. think that's all the bits. I've had the rest of the Aristea starter chilling out in this paint case or over on my desk forever. I need to one day, once I get more Riot Quest done, I'm going to hit these up. But like, here's the rest of the Aristea starter set. Like I did like a basic color blocking on this one. I got to give it a wash and clean it up some more. But this is the rest of the starter set. I did some of the flesh on them, because when I first got contrast colors, I was like, oh, I'll do the skin to see how it looks. And that's all I've done on them since like over a year ago. Like that's pre-pandemic when I got Aristea. Over spring, I've been binging regular car reviews lately. Beginning to model car collecting after 7-year falling out. Nice. That's another thing to end off the stream. I'll share another thing from the Nextlander Discord I've been enjoying, because there's also a collect it thing in there, which is sort of where toys go, but like any collections go. And it brought back a kind of energy to me that I had when I did the Why We Enjoy the Toy panel at Con Bravo, which is a non-toy-oriented convention. So that version of the panel was a lot more based on just collecting and had a ton of audience interaction, because I was asking for input from people who just collect anything. And so in the the Nextlander Collect It channel, like, I've seen some cool stuff. Like, there's, like, and I've been trying to, whenever I'm in there, I try to respond really positively to it. Because, like, in general, anyone with a collection tends to be a little bit like, here's the weird thing I do about it. And I always feel sort of bad for them. But someone posted, like, a stamp collection, and it looked like a miniature art book. I've seen a couple of vinyl record collections. Vinyl records are one of those things where there's another timeline where that's my main thing, just for the aesthetics, because I think vinyl records look amazing when they're all arranged on a shelf. And also, like, the modern, like, weirder vinyl records where it's like this one's translucent purple and stuff. Like, I love that stuff. I don't buy any of it, but I love how it looks. And there were some video game collections that were like, there's a thing about collections that I really like engaging with without buying the collections, which is this very specific thread of energy that is, like, very important to me but hard to identify. Because, and this goes to sort of, you know, the panels that I've done about collecting, which I also want to get more of those edited in the next few months, because it's been on my mind, is, like, the very base notion for toy collecting of, like, enjoying something without buying it yourself, but then, like, extending that to other types of collections that you find aesthetically cool, but, you know, you never are going to actually be someone who collects that stuff yourself. This brown ink looks like I did the worst kind of misfire in the worst place to do it. I'm just going to get this off my finger, because it's really distracting me. But stuff like the model car thing is what made this come to mind a minute ago. It's like model car collections. Like, I had a uncle who collects little toy trucks ever since I was a little kid. And his shelves are always so cool, even though it's like I would never myself find much satisfaction in owning shelves upon shelves of little scale trucks. But there's something inherently attractive to it, to me, as a collector of other things, and trying to find that thread of, you know, collector genetic commonality is something that I'm always interested in. Oh, you have an enamel pin collection, dude? Yeah, put it in Creative Share. That would be sick. There was the Nextlander Discord. Someone had an enamel pin collection. It was just like a bunch of additions to it, but that stuff looked super cool too. Creative Share, I don't mention it very often on the live streams. I should more, but there is a Discord for Vangelis Central, but it's like, basically, if you're a Patreon, then I give you the link. That's sort of the way that I gate it, so that I don't have to moderate it. If you're not a patron, that's fine, and you're not missing out on, like, 6 secret Discord whatever. We literally post in there, like, 1 to 4 times every 2 days. Just sort of go like, hey, look, toy news or something. But yeah, I would love to see some Creative Share would be a great place to post some alter collections. Joaquin, I really like HasLab Unicron. I think there's a lot of fascinating conversation about it, but also I think it is a very satisfying piece in hand, and I don't think everyone has to own it. I'm hoping that as we can have more conventions and just meetings in the coming years, that folks feel satisfied just seeing Unicron. I think that toy is one where a lot of folks will get everything that they need to get from it when they see it in person once. But also the Unicron instruction book sucks. But I went on, I kind of went off on it. I think in one of the last two streams and in the last WTF episode. Play the hits. But yeah, what was I gonna say? For the patron Discord, I do want to make a rules list at some point, because it probably is smart to do that. But I've been very fortunate so far in that generally people are just being chill. And I mean, I would not moderate it along hardline rules. It would definitely be a, here's the rules, but also if you're playing around the rules, we're going to kick you in the groin real hard. And then write a rule saying it's okay to do that kind of thing. So, but most folks who are watching these streams are the kind of chill folks who probably don't need that kind of, finger wag. Anyway. Yeah, RG1 Studios, that Unicron, it's because RG1 says, I feel like you need to see it because I feel like you keep underestimating his size. And I overestimated his size, which as far as I can tell is really unique so far in the field, to the point where I feel weird saying it because it sounds like I'm making it up to sound cool. But my reaction when I opened the box and saw the planet ball was, oh, thank goodness it's not that big. That was my reaction, because I thought it was going to be literally the size of a television without the rings. Like an old CRT television, but a big one. And it wasn't. So I was relieved by the size. However, it is also very big. And it seems everyone who's not me is incredibly shocked by its size on site. So if you want to be even more shocked, take my word for it and assume it's smaller than you think. Because then when you see it, you'll be like, what was that guy talking about? What did he think this was going to... I would say Studio Series Devastator looks pretty small. I'm just glancing at Studio Series Devastator. He probably looks pretty small next to Unicron. But I guess similarly wide? I guess. But yeah, the HasLab Unicron as a toy to engage with, as long as it holds up in a few certain spots, it's a fascinating pastiche of high-end goal with mainline design ethic. It is literally, it's not a masterpiece toy, it is literally a Generations toy, but with a $500 budget rather than a $30 budget or an $80 budget. And in that very specific sense, which is kind of hard. It's kind of hard to get across other than saying it. But that's the vibe I get from it. It's like an incredibly high price pointed mainline toy, not a high price point masterpiece toy. And I don't think that that's a bad thing. I think that's part of what makes it so interesting. Yeah, Studio Series Devastator, if you combine him in full hunched over stock mode and imagine a ball around him and make that ball slightly bigger, that's the ball of the planet mode of Unicron, sort of. And then that ball opens in half and stands up and is a robot. So this is getting farther and farther away from being a helpful comparison, I'm just realizing. When I get a HasLab Primus, if it looked cool, possibly. Unicron definitely has more of a mythological draw to me, not lore myth, but as an object myth. Also, I got paid. I got a paycheck right before the Unicron pre-orders closed up, which is why I got it. Well, yeah, because Unicron's transformation, to kind of boil down the skeleton of it, his planet mode contains his robot mode with the legs folded back and up and the arms over top of them. So it's kind of like, you know, half is the planet mode's kinda the robot folded over, kinda. If you skip over tons of really critical details. Yeah, the transformation, like, is similar, but not to Armada Unicron. For those who haven't handled one, like, another thing that's really hard to get across, I've found in videos I've watched, but having handled it, there is a true artistry to how the planet shells apart and compresses into packages of shell. That describing it as a shell former is sort of doing a disservice to the artistry of how those shell pieces pull together. Because it's not like anything else, I think, that has done that before. As far as the shells having really linear places to go and enormous amounts of, like, tactile guidances, followed by full-on locking mechanisms to hold them all in place. Like, when you pose Unicron, those shell pieces aren't going like the ones on the backs of his legs aren't rattling around in there, because there's like 10 plus interlocked tabs everywhere and an entire locking arm, like, holding it all in place like a solid chunk. And the way that the planet shell stuff feels as you pull it apart also feels really unique. Another quick one I can answer. Picky Peas, I remember people complaining about parts forming because of the head or the wings. He's packaged with the head removed, and the instructions tell you to remove the wings because it's a lot easier if you remove the wings. But you can leave all of it attached to him. I've done it. Like, I did that later the evening when I got him. I transformed him like 7 times back and forth, so I guess 14 times the day I got him. And then I had a shoulder ache the next day, so the weight is real on that figure. Yeah, the wings you can... In fact, I think there's a missed opportunity in a lot of coverage on that toy, and its promo. When you partially transform the planet mode and you leave everything attached, it goes from a planet with a ring to, like, this predatory shape of, like, an open maw in the front, and then this, like, almost like peeled back musculature where the shell components form these, like, almost like armored winglets, small ones coming off the body, and then the wings folded, the rings folded into wing position, swept back. It makes Unicron look like he's assumed like a high velocity mode to pursue prey. It's really freaky to look at. I'm gonna try to represent it in a video form someday when I have a space to properly film it. Not like a giant Pac-Man, but like, I'm trying to think how I can represent this. I don't have a pen around here. Oh, I do. Laser point, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay, here we go. This is possible. This is doable. It's kind of like you have the... Like, that's the maw on the front, right? With, like, the horns coming out the front. And here's, like, the front of the maw. But then as you get up here, instead of being like a ball, it's now got this, like, kind of shape. And then these sort of, like, layered, threateningly shaped, layered plates sticking off the back. right? And then it's the chasm that is within. And then down here, you've got, instead of the rings, you've got them swept back kind of like this. So it looks kind of like that in mid-transformation. And I'm like, a planet assuming this shape and then coming towards you would be terrifying. And there's something about this imagery that I really like. Yeah, kind of like a predatory fish in a way. But I really love this imagery in mid-transformation. So I imagine, like, you know, the planet is going through space, you know, and it's coming towards a heavily populated, civilized planet. Like, let's say it's like the, you know, one of the galactic hubs, but it happens to be in Unicron's path, or Unicron is saying, like, hey, it's been a few thousand years, it's time to make sure people remember. And so this planet is approaching, and there's a fleet, you know, a multi-galactic fleet of the galactic first world assembled because this myth thing is coming towards them. They can't, it's a story they tell, we'll just blow it up. And this planet's coming towards you, and then when it's in a certain range of the world you're protecting, like the planet starts to open up and its ring assumes this more aerodynamic, high velocity shape. And then the planet the front of the planet opens into a screaming maw as it starts to pick up exponential speed coming towards you. There's something about that notion that I really like. Because then, when the planet gets even closer, the bits start coming out of it. Like, legs come down, and the arms come forward, and this moves back, and it blocks the sun out. And then you see a glow in the middle of everything, and you see two little pinpoints of green at the top. Then the sun comes up over the shoulder of what is a bipedal entity the size of your world. And there's something about that imagery that I'm, like, really into. This whole scene has been, this whole scene's been in my head. This is the thing I want to film for Unicron somehow. I got a whole bunch of little ships from Xayah Legends of the Drift System. It's a board game. They're all pre-painted. I might use them as the props. But, like, I'm just, like, I'm imagining, like Unicron just, like, it assumes that shape, the maw opens, and then you get the hyperspeed, kind of like all the stars start to peel back around it, because the speed is just increasing. It's that when I was transforming it without removing any parts and I saw that shape, I was like, this is really cool. Like, this almost is it's not meant to be, I think, but, like, it's a way to sort of, like, fill in the gaps of, like, what is happening when Unicron's transforming, but in the wide view, right? Because we always see it in the old movie and all these close-ups and everything, but what if there was a planet that assumed a threatening predatory shape and began to speed up? And then at the last moment blots out the sun, and then when the light returns, it is just a giant demon. Like, that's the whole notion of Unicron as a more, like, cosmic horror is something that, I was talking about this on Twitter the other day. It's something that's gotten stronger and stronger as the decades go on since I've seen the 86 movie over and over again. Like, that's a quality that, like, stays and strengthens in a lot of the, like, all the Unicron sequences are so trippy to look at. And IDW Unicron in IDW 1 taps into some of that energy in a way that I thought was really cool, where IDW 1 Unicron has a black hole at its core. So part of Unicron in IDW 1 is that literally the stars are going out along its path. Like, it's the universe is dying around it, and it's so freaking cool. Yeah, like asteroids changing orbit around him, like there's so much neat cosmic stuff with Unicron. And what I was saying on Twitter, I'll summarize a little bit, is like, in the 2000s, I think, with all good intentions, a lot of, like, I'll say we all, you know, just as a really broad strokes catch-all that's not accurate, we all kind of, like, got too concerned with being clever about what Unicron is, more so than the cosmic entity that he or it is. And, like, I think there's cool ideas and still in a lot of the stuff we came up with in Unicron Trilogy specifically, where a lot of this happened, right? But, like, just the, like, IDW 1 Unicron was way more of, like, this is cosmic horror. This is a terrifying thing. Oh yeah, in the movie, like, there were times, like, Bumblebee and Spike got pulled into the gravitational field. The one Lithonian ship got yanked in as well. Which is a cool concept, which visually, wide shots, I think, would have made that visually even more freaky. Like, imagine if there was a wide shot showing, like, that it's not just the planet getting sucked in, but, like, neighboring asteroid fields are getting sucked in. The clouds from a neighboring planet are getting slowly pulled in as well when the feeding is happening. Like, this is not really like a critique or anything on the movie, because this is literally ideas we're making up right now, right? But, like, just as ideas for how one could deliver an interesting Unicron when, like, for better and for worse, a lot of fans are kind of, like, tired of hearing about Unicron in fiction a lot of the time. The cosmic horror of Unicron is something I think you could lean into, also without falling, you know, as they say, up your own ass. And, like, getting too concerned of, like, also, it's going to be so friggin' dark. It's going to be so dark. You know, because then it's going to be a mess, if that's your goal. Yeah, Unicron in IDW 1, I mean, it's been, what, it's been over a year and a half, right? Can I sort of say details for folks who never read it? Because it is really fascinating what they did. But I don't want to wreck it for folks who are in the midst of reading. I can be vague, too. But, like, Unicron in IDW 1, the wings are, like, not just the wings, but, like there's a whole chunks of Unicron that are, like, orbiting detritus. Like, Unicron is not, in IDW, is less a planet and more an assembly of pieces of planets around a black hole. Yeah, I personally find Unicron as cosmic horror to be more interesting than him as, like, the Transformers devil. Although, I really like there to exist a myth of a Unicron as the devil, even if it's not, like, but it's not literally the case. Like, I think it's a cool way to tie in an inherent primal fear of the entity in, you know, your Cybertronian characters. But IDW Unicron got legit cosmic trippy, because there's, like, whole things about, like, what happens when you enter the black hole in Unicron and stuff, and, like, that's a whole chunk of plot. Is, like, the inside of Unicron, also, like just under the surface of IDW Unicron, is, like, nightmarish assemblies of dead worlds. Or, like, worlds that you were pretty sure are dead, because they are, because Unicron wrecked them, but pieces are stuck on him. Or, like, the nature of what Unicron is in IDW 1 is I think, super fascinating. And yeah, he does have a robot mode after a plot point. Unicron is a roving black hole at its origin. It takes on a more planetary form as it consumes and destroys more around it. And then it consumes an object of sorts. Not a cosmic object, but, like, you know, it consumes a thing that you might get in a big transformer. And then processes that into a robot form of sorts that is based on its creator. Like, Unicron's robot mode in IDW 1 is a vision of the person who created it. I like IDW Unicron a lot. I'm sitting here kind of staring off into space going, like, how do I keep talking without, like, just, like, narrating the plot of the miniseries? Like, there's that miniseries has just some incredible moments. It's not the Allspark. It's a far more mundane object. It's none of the mythological objects. Literally, it's a transformation cog. I'm making it sound way bigger than it actually is, I'm realizing. But there's some good moments in there that are carried by some amazing art that probably demolished Alex Milne's hands, wrist, ligaments. That's because Unicron wasn't created by Shockwave. Unicron was created by someone. The Hasbro crossover stuff, what I'd recommend, like, it is, some of it's a bit of a slog, but I genuinely, the Revolutionaries is a really fun series to kind of tie a lot of that stuff up in a fun bow. I will say Unicron was not Rung was busy in another book. Rung was busy in another book and was not relevant to Unicron. Excuse me. I got some throat clutter. Well, the boy is safe. Is it? Lost Light's a pretty cool book. It's worth reading. Lost Light. It's worth reading Lost Light. This is reminding me of when people are getting into IDW 2, and they're like, "Man, I really like Rubble," and you're like, "Yeah, you really like Rubble." Yep. Those few of us who have been digging the IDW2, like, that's got to be a common thing, right? When you get your friend into IDW2 and your friend's like, "Oh, Rubble! Rubble's kind of fun," and you're like, "Yeah." I'm doing things. I'm like moving my arms all around my head and my face while I'm going like, "Yeah, Rubble's real fun. Good fun character, Rubble. Good times. Rubble's so fun. It's a good time with Rubble. Enjoy your time with Rubble. Enjoy your time with Rubble. Cherish your time." Oh, Picky Peeves. It's worth reading afterwards. I won't. Let's not do details, but satisfactory things happen afterwards. Yeah, I can't wait for Kingdom Rubble. They can sell him next to Deluxe Cyberverse Blur. That's why sometimes, like, you don't see it a lot, but sometimes you see folks going like, "Man, it's kind of cool how they're giving Bumblebee, like, Bumblebee's kind of a badass in the Netflix series. He's not like your Boy Scout Autobot." And then those of us over reading IDW2 are like, "Yeah, brave decisions they're making. So brave. He's sure never before has Bumblebee been such a badass, riding the line." Generation selects Ruckus. I'm just gonna inspect this dude one more time. It's not sure yet if it's time. It feels dry. It's gotta be time. You know what? Let's do it. Let's do it. That was sufficient drying time. Let's try out this rack white. Boy, Citadel dry paint sure is chunk. Holy moly, this stuff is just wedged down there in the bottom. It's got like a skin on the top, jeez. All right, let's see what it does down here. Oh, baby! That is actually really... That is looking really good. Oh! Look at that! Look at that! I actually have no idea if this is carrying on the camera or not, but I'm extremely excited by what I'm seeing. Look at how crispy that is! Yo, I see why this stuff sells out sometimes. This stuff is pretty dang cool. I have to go back over the toe claws on his boots. Dry brushing, by the way, very fun way to pick up painting with a little bit less precision and a little bit more like satisfying results immediately. If you just want to get like that nice serotonin rush of like, look, I did a thing. But also, if you apply it carefully, it's an incredible tool, I have found. Obviously, when something is as textured as this, it's like also like real easy to go like, yeah, just dry brush it. But I am a proponent of dry brushing as technique rather than... Sometimes it seems to get treated like, oh, dry brushing. Like goofball painting. It's like, no, though. It's also a valid technique. Sorry, in my head I'm just like, I'm quiet because in my head it's just like a continuous stream of Wake Me Up Inside by Evanescence, because I feel like I'm waking up what I wanted this fur to look like, and then I'm like, but Evanescence also, didn't that band get kind of weird? And they had dramas and stuff, and they were also like kind of like uber Christian in ways I didn't think about back in the 2000s. But also, I'm waking up inside the hue on the fur. Evanescence Wake Me Up stuff might actually be too old now to reference with most people understanding what I'm talking about. That used to be all over the place, though, once upon a time. Join our streams here on Vangelist Central to hear all the hot, fresh Evanescence Wake Me Up Inside lore drops. I'm gonna lightly dust our man's beard, just lightly. Oh, ho, 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 ho. rack white is friggin' sick. Even getting the onyx effect I wanted on the arrowheads. I'm happy I bought this paint. Hey, sorry I went a little quiet there for a while. I was imagining Evanescence fan fiction. Damn, this dude's almost done other than the metal parts. This bound together all the stuff I was trying to figure out. Holy crap. So catch the edges here on the bottom. This is a surprisingly subtle dry brush color. I'm really digging it. Oh, this looks way better in person than on the camera right now. I'll take for today's hobby streak photo, I'll take a better photo of this. It'll be on Twitter and Instagram. It'll show up way better than on the stream right now. Damn. Again, this is what I really like about mini painting, is when you have these little moments where you do a thing and you look at it and you're like, did I just do that? Like, where's the ringer who came in here and did that? Jeez. I'm satisfied. Now, how do you clean a dry brush? Here's the thing I want to share, actually, because cleaning a brush used for dry brushing can be tricky, because dry brushing inherently demolishes brushes. So I got some of this, the Master's brush cleaner and preserver. It's basically soap. So you swish your brush around, you scrub it a little bit, and you take it wet, put it into here, and scrub it around in here a little bit. You get some of the suds into the fessels or whatever. The bit at the base of the brush to get all the paint washed out of there. And then usually I take a bit of this again and I'll scrub it. The Citadel paint cup seems like it should be a ripoff. Honestly though, it's like ribbed on the inside, so it gives you a texture to do this. I really like it. Something ribbed on the inside. I get it. We're all... I know. But you know, it's ribbed for my pleasure, not for... Have a good night for springing. Now that I am well and truly satisfied, that is a proper... end to tonight's stream. Jose Carlo, these are Riot Quest minis, except for this blue dude. The blue dude is from Aristea. He's from the Aristea base game. But the rest of these are Riot Quest. This one, and this one are all from the Winter Wasteland starter set, and they're all solid pewter, if you're down for that kind of thing. This dude is covered in a texture that's really fun to dry brush, I just found out. And that's some progress. Good stuff. All right, thank you all for tuning in to the stream tonight. My apologies, I didn't do a stream last week like I was hoping, but whatever. We move on, and we keep trying to do better. I still would like to try to stream once a week. I felt my problem is, aside from the week getting away from me, I was like, well, I still don't have the Cheetor review done yet. I can't stream until I do the Cheetor review. And then it took me like 3 days to realize, like, that's a really unhelpful to anyone mindset to have. What if we just stream even if it's not done? So, here we are. I'll post some good photos of stuff on Twitter and Instagram, on my Hobby Streak threads. And I'll be around. Hope that you're all staying safe. Hope you're all having as lovely a weekend as you can possibly have. Many happy Pride celebratories out to y'all. And take it easy. We'll talk to you later. While we push the buttons. That